Слава Ісусу Христу! Слава Україні!
Glory to Ukraine. Dear heads of municipalities, for us that's a big honor that we have a chance to convene at the traditional forum on local self-governance here at the Catholic University. I am filled with emotions, especially given yesterday's events. Before we start our first plenary discussion, let's have a minute of silence to pay tribute to the heroes that defend us and allow us to work here.
Дякую.
Thank you.
Ми вам щиро дякуємо, що ви дозволили.
Dear Rector, thanks a lot for allowing us to be here and enjoy this environment of Catholic University. Over to you for opening remarks, please. Glory to Jesus Christ. Let me welcome you all here at our university. Dear Speaker of the Parliament, representatives of the President's Office, dear Mayor, dear Minister, the university is based on universal Christian values. Ukraine requires that all our efforts, all our reforms would be based on the values that are humane-centered. You are elected, we all are elected, and we always remember that we are working for the sake of a person, of people. That's what people in Ukraine need. And people in Ukraine looking forward to the second victory. The first victory is at the front, and the second victory is the victory of the values. God bless you. Glory to Ukraine, glory to Jesus Christ. Thank you, dear Rector. Traditionally, all fora on self-government were opened by Alexander Kobdarev, director of the Institute of the City. He is a volunteer, 125th Brigade. That's where he is serving. He is in Kharkiv Oblast. If you hear us, just a couple of words. Not to break the tradition. Thanks for inviting me for the opening. We are at the front line with my comrades, and I draw a parallels with the local self-governance very often being here. Not only because the local self-governance is always at the front line, and not only literally Mykolaiv, Kherson, Zhytomyr, the way what happened to them, not only because hundreds of servicemen, councillors joined the army and are at the front line. We can see people of different professions, of different vocations, but they serve in the army just because the local self-governance uses these strong points similarly to the armed forces, the way they use it. For instance, the new technologies. Armed forces of Ukraine is a champion in terms of using the technologies. Even foreign partners say that we are better at using javelins in comparison with them. The same with local self-governance. We keep learning best practices, we keep introducing them, we are sharing them. Second thing is decentralization. All international experts keep reiterating that the strong point of the armed forces of Ukraine is because the word of commander matters. And that's prevailing, has advantages of a long decision-making process. The same with decentralization. It showed its advantages and strong points. So more competences should be delegated to local level, to the communities, agglomerations. And third, the most important thing is the really extremely high motivation. Our guys are fighting for our land, and the local self-governance, we should maintain this fire of motivation that our people have now, similar to the servicemen, because every guy wants to be back home and join positive transformation processes in their respective communities. So that's what we should use. Thanks for being with us at this forum. Stay creative, come up with good decisions. Glory to Ukraine. That's a round of applause to all our servicemen at the front line. Dear friends, I'm really honored to give the floor to the Speaker of the Parliament of Ukraine, Mr. Ruslan Stolychyn. Kirill Tymoshenko, Head of President's Office, take this podium as well. Member of the Parliament, Vitaly Bezgin. Maxim Kozitsky, Head of Lviv Oblast Administration. Mayor of Mykolaiv, Alexander Sienkiewicz. Mayor of Zhytomyr, Serhiy Sukhomlin. And we are going to have Minister Chernyshov, who is going to connect online. That's a friendly team of people that you see here. We are going to stick to democratic approaches. There are no
Наших бійців кардинально змінив ситуацію. Я думаю, що всі ми ще є в очікуванні. А як це сталося? Пане Кирил, як це взагалі було можливо?
Дякую, пан Садовий. Ви знаєте, дійсно, ми готувалися до сьогоднішнього форуму. В мене навіть підготовлена презентація була, але, чесно кажучи, до Львова доїхали тільки десь вранці, тому що всі працювали на новини. На новини, гарні новини для кожного українця. Я думаю, що найперше до заслуги президента, керівника Офісу, який координував вчорашню дійсно велику і дуже важку операцію. Це я вам кажу точно, що вона була важка, тому що працювали усі, і наші спеціальні служби, і кожен українець. І знаєте, коли ми працюємо усі разом, це і приклад того, як ми працюємо вже півроку усі разом. Коли ми відкинули усі партійні прапори, відкинули бюрократію і змагання в повноваженнях, хто це повинен робити. І коли ми всі разом об'єдналися заради того, щоб Україна була цілісна, незалежна і була Україною, це приклад того, як нам треба буде жити і далі. Я дуже сподіваюся, що такі новини, які були вчора, на які ми всі разом з вами працювали, вони допоможуть нам побудувати нарешті ту країну, в якій ми всі разом хочемо жити. Тому я дуже дякую за це запрошення. Я думаю, що ми ще поспілкуємося сьогодні. Дякую, звісно, президенту України, дякую керівництву Офісу президента, дякую Кабміну, всьому місцевому самоврядуванню, очільникам областей, Збройним силам України, звісно, і кожному українцю. Разом до перемоги і слава Україні!
Оплески. Дякую. Шановний пане Голово Верховної Ради, ми всі прекрасно розуміємо, що перемога має дві великі частини. В першу чергу, це, звичайно, треба видавити ворога з нашої землі. І тут бійці показують приклад і героїзм. А друга велика частина – це достатньо швидко перебудувати нашу країну, щоб Україна була лідером Європи, лідером світу. Потрібно прийняти дуже багато непростих рішень. Сьогодні тут присутні керівники громад, які фактично представляють всю нашу державу. Тому що вся наша держава об'єднана в громади. І за результатами нашого форуму, нашої плідної дискусії, буде підготовлена резолюція, яка буде консенсусом всіма прийнята. І, звичайно, що ми скеруємо цю резолюцію і Верховну Раду, в Офіс президента, в Кабінет міністрів. Чи можемо ми мати надію, що цей спільний труд буде акцептований достатньо швидко, так швидко, як приймаються всі важливі рішення для нашої держави?
Дякую, дякую. Вельмишановний пане Голово, Шановні присутні, учасники форуму, насамперед хочу висловити велику вдячність за те, що сьогодні маю можливість бути тут, серед вас, обмінятися не тільки думками, обмінятися не тільки якимись позитивними практиками, але і намалювати дороговказ наш спільний український щодо майбутнього. І це дуже важливо, що перебуваючи тут, ми маємо в першу чергу завдячувати тим хлопцям, які включаються сьогодні з передової, вітають нас. А ми тут маємо робити свою справу. Ми маємо дуже гарно виправдовувати їхні сподівання щодо відновлення України, щодо того, щоб Україна йшла вперед. І кожен в Україні має робити свою справу, і це є надзвичайно важливим. Другий аспект – те, про що сказали ви. Чи готові ми до швидкої імплементації рішень? Мені здається, що Верховна Рада і уряд, і інші колеги, вони вже продемонстрували, що ті рішення, які є необхідні для України, вони приймаються. І, безперечно, лідерство тут має президент України, який думає, мислить надзвичайно швидко і надає всім необхідний імпульс для подальшої діяльності. Але, повертаючись в тему місцевого самоврядування, я хочу повідомити, що якраз діяльність Верховної Ради України останнім часом, вона спрямована на якраз імпульс по декількох основних напрямках. Перший напрямок – це питання євроінтеграції. Ви знаєте, що ми дуже плідно займаємось цим, тому що задача, яка стоїть перед Україною – відкрити перемовини про членство повноцінне в Європейському Союзі. Перед нами поставили 7 умов, і Верховна Рада налаштована на те, щоб до кінця цього року всі ці умови були виконані, і Україна продемонструвала свою готовність до перемовного процесу. Крім цього, я вже скажу, що деякі з них вже виконані. Деякі з них знаходяться в процесі виконання, і цей такий швидкий темп підтверджується чисельними зустрічами і по лінії парламенту, мене зі спікерами парламентів інших країн, зі спікерами парламентів Великої Сімки, де я мав можливість недавно бути, зі спікерами парламентів країн Європейського Союзу. Тобто цей темп ми тримаємо. Але в частині цього великого завдання величезну роль відіграє якраз питання, пов'язане з місцевим самоврядуванням. Тому що якраз показала практика ефективність і правильність шляху децентралізації. Ефективність і правильність шляху створення потужних місцевих осередків місцевого самоврядування. Показала ефективність того, що коли ми разом думаємо про якусь загальну мету, воно буде здійснюватися. І тому і рішення президента, і рішення Верховної Ради, і рішення уряду, вони безперечно спрямовані на цілу низку питань, пов'язаних з укріпленням місцевого самоврядування. Безперечно, ви дуже уважно відслідковуєте всі законодавчі ініціативи, які здійснюються у Верховній Раді України. І мені приємно це, тому що ми маємо постійний зворотній зв'язок з вами. Я знаю особливо Віталія Безгін дуже активно пропрацює у цьому напрямку. І для нас дуже важливо, щоб ті рішення, які приймає Верховна Рада, вони були акцептовані територіальними громадами. Тому що без цього, коли приймається рішення, яке не має розуміння в територіальних громадах, не має підтримки в територіальних громадах, це неправильне рішення, воно не працює на Україну. І тому дуже важливою задачею, мені здається, цього форуму буде обмін думками. Обмін думками щодо того, які перспективи ми маємо намалювати один з одним і які рішення ми маємо прийняти для того, щоб в нас вдалося. Верховна Рада вже багато що зробила про це.
Submit proposals. There will be lots of proposals on supporting local self-governance. That's going to be the budget of martial law, the war times, but I am sure that we'll be able to find opportunities to support local self-governance. Then other legislative initiatives, local administration, systemic decisions as to the organization of local self-governance, completing the discussion as to the constitutional provisions of the decisions that we are making, administrative territorial status, all that should and that's what I would like you to have this discussed here. And European integration of Ukraine. That's another important element because interaction of regions in Ukraine with our partners in other countries, joint relevant processes to be established by both parties. That's what's important to have in the future. When I talk to the speakers of other parliaments, there are two main questions that they ask. How we can help you? And second, what do you understand when you say victory? And victory to me is three elements. Victory at the front, that's recognizing Russian Federation aggressive power by international institutions and bringing it to justice. And third, that's recovery of Ukraine and compensation awarded to Ukraine for the suffering it incurred. But that's liability of Russian Federation, and I underscore that. These three elements are the elements of the victory of Ukraine. And it's very important to discuss the third stage, recovery of Ukraine. And here we are facing a lot of challenges of legislative nature, that's methodology of paying compensations, all the issues related to the future development of Ukraine, prioritization of the budget funding on recovering, the cooperation between Ukrainian regions and regions of other countries, because there are a lot of countries that want to support Ukraine. That's why a lot of these decisions are going to be made by the parliament, and they are going to be aimed at European integration progress of Ukraine. And that's very important. I keep saying to everybody that after we prevail, after we win, we should show the history of success of Ukraine. So that's a unique opportunity of developing the EU on the basis of Ukraine, where everybody is in charge of its component. But at the same time, Ukraine is becoming an integral part of the European Union is very important. So, dear colleagues, I'm ready for the discussion. I'm looking forward to the memorandum that we are going to sign at this forum. We have a lot of members of the parliament present here. We will be active listeners, and will be the ones that will advocate your will and decisions in the parliament. Thanks a lot to all of you. Thanks for the opportunity to talk to you today. I believe that with all the force that we have in Ukraine, we are sure to prevail, because we have the mindset of the nation that prevails. Glory to Ukraine, glory to the heroes. Dear speaker, you can tell that you've been through Aspen because you're brief in expressing your thoughts, and that's very important. We want to hear out everybody. You covered the issue of recovery. With us today is the Minister Chernyshov, and I know that on the initiative of the President of Ukraine and the President of the European Union in Germany in October, the plan of recovery of Ukraine is going to be presented there. So, dear Minister, how do you see that, and what is the share of local self-governance in the entire plan? Good morning, dear friends. I know that I can and should call you friends, because we are here for the sake of one goal. And thanks a lot the city of Lviv for organizing this event. I understand that we have the format of discussion, so let me try to answer your question, but I would like to greet participants first. And in this regard, I would like to talk to the heads of the communities and express the words of gratitude and support to all of you. Every community, every head of the community, every mayor contributes to the future of Ukraine, contributes to the prosperity of Ukraine, and contributes to making sure that we prevail. And we all know that decentralization is the backbone of Ukrainian resilience, decisiveness, unity that was showed by communities and local authorities was really convincing. Some communities assist armed forces to defeat the enemy at the front. Somebody is supporting the rear. Somebody is focused on recovery. And there are a lot of other things done by local communities. Communities became hosts of IDPs. That's hundreds of communities communities established logistics and humanitarian assistance. So communities are interwoven today as never before. These are new contacts, new types of interaction. Behind me, you see the map of Ukraine. Schematically, the regions are divided into 4 groups: the front occupied, in the rear, and deoccupied west rear. 8 oblasts are united in assistance and contributed into economic growth and development of industry in our country. To the economic development of the country, I am grateful to the armed forces of Ukraine for that blue color that you see on the top, that's deoccupied areas, is spreading over to the east of the country, and shortly will be able to mark Kharkiv Oblast with the blue color as fully deoccupied. But we share this pain with Mariupol, Bucha, Hostomel, and other towns, Borodyanka, Kramatorsk. Every missile bomb or projectile is felt by everybody, is felt by every town and village. Getting back to your question, Russian aggression led to the destruction of housing, hospitals, schools, bridges, other infrastructural objects. This damage is extremely large scale. To estimate the damage caused by the Russian Federation, the government of Ukraine, jointly with the World Bank and European Commission, drafted rapid damage needs assessment. That's a quick calculation of the needs and the damage incurred. We submitted the first assessment in 20 sectors that determines the needs for sustainable reconstruction and recovery, and provides the roadmap for the process. The assessment covers the period until June 1. We'll have another assessment, new stage of it, and hopefully that's going to be the last one. The previous assessment is worth $349 billion. That's a huge sum of money, huge damage caused. Ministry of Regions developed the program of rapid recovery for survival that provides for recovery of critically important objects, sponsored by donors. There was $4 billion. We have set up the respective trust fund with the leadership of the World Bank, that is launching its work in early October, and jointly with our partners, we'll be able to recover infrastructure to guarantee return of Ukrainian cities to deoccupied regions. I would like to comment the energy sector. We see that a lot of infrastructure in energy sector has been damaged or destroyed. The enemy is targeting them precisely. 349 objects of critical infrastructure in thermal power plants have been destroyed. That's 11 thermal power plants and electric power plants. 52 objects have been recovered. We have been preparing for the heating season, and today we are going to have another meeting of the headquarters to discuss preparation for the heating season. I'm grateful to all mayors of the communities, especially mayors of those cities where there is central heating systems. And in the course of August, we had meetings with more than 140 mayors. These were personal meetings that I'm quoting. And we have a clear understanding how we are preparing for the winter with the heating system in every aspect. The government is going to cover up compensation to cover for the changes in the tariffs. So we though guarantee unchanged tariffs. So we secure the storage of gas. So we are approaching the 14 billion cubic meters of gas stored. in Ukraine's facilities. That enables us to say that we are preparing well for the winter and heating season. We keep working to this end. I'm grateful to the Parliament for a number of legislative changes to this end. I'm grateful to the President's office for ongoing coordination and the support of this work in the regions. And I'm sure that today we are united as never. We have full understanding and all the powers that were delegated to local level are in fact the ones that allow for us to work and respond quickly. I'm always or often asked by foreign partners whether we are delegating more powers or decreasing the powers that are delegated to local authorities. In fact, we delegate more powers to local authorities. You've seen the draft budget. Thanks a lot for the work done. I am grateful to the Association of Ukrainian Cities. We managed to maintain some positions that allow for optimistic perspective for 2023. But naturally, the main task and challenge we are facing is victory, and we are sure that will prevail. And let me underscore that the results of decentralization and sustainability of the communities is the backbone of our ability, of our resilience. I'm grateful to all of you, and I wish all of you to have a fruitful discussion. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for an opportunity being with us. Looking forward to the discussion. Thank you, dear Minister. Mr. Chernyshev is working hard. I was really surprised when we had these meetings to discuss winter season. So Minister had the meeting with mayors of all communities of all regions to discuss details, and a lot of mayors were surprised. So he's very competent, but to be able to work successfully, you need resources. So here is the question to the head of the office. I know that the draft law on setting the recovery, you keep calling me head of the office, I'll be fired. That's the Western habit. If that's the deputy, so he's addressed as the head. So that's the Western tradition. Don't worry. Recovery fund is going to be set up, and you are preparing respective draft law. Okay, how much money is going to be allocated for local self-governance? Could you please tell us about that? In the course of the recent 2 months, we had around 30 meetings with the ambassadors of foreign countries to discuss assistance to Ukraine, and that's fast recovery plan. That's exactly what we need now. That's critical infrastructure that is so important for people, because we want Ukrainians to be back, and for Ukrainians to be back at their homes, they need to have their housing restored. Schools should be available for kids, and hospitals, as well as water, electricity, and heat supply. That's exactly what we discussed with representatives of other countries. And at the end of the day, we came up with the idea of setting up a recovery fund in Ukraine that is going to be operating in Ukraine. The most important condition is transparency of the fund. That's why there should be a supervisory board that it would be composed by 75% of donor countries. So that's countries that are going to assist us in our recovery, and international institutions, EBRD and others. So transparency, that's number one condition. And that supervisory board is going to elect management and CEOs, and the fund is going to be focused on recovery. How is it going to happen? The recovery projects are going to be submitted to the fund. There will be a project office there. Projects will be submitted there. The fund will have the selection procedure and the procurement procedure to elect this contractor, and trilateral contract is going to be concluded. The contractor and the object that is going to be recovered. It could be community, it could be anybody else, and oblast administration, no central authority. All depends on how this entity is funded and the fund itself. So most of the entities are the ones that are on the budget of local governments. So most of the money will go there. Did you hear that? So a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you. Let me repeat it again. So we're governed here by the voice of reason, no subordination here. We have Mayor Mykolaiv here, and then that's the person who spends every day there, and that's the front line, shelling every day. What are your expectations from today's forum? What decisions do you need today to make sure that all these gigantic steps could be made in the city that was subjected to massive attacks of the enemy? Let me thank everybody who is deterring the invasion of Russian forces at the front line, of our Ukrainian Armed Forces, National Guard, and everybody who is there. Thanks to them, we have this quieter life. At 12:30 after midnight today, it was T-30 rockets that hit Mykolaiv, that destroyed the infrastructure port, and Mykolaiv had only 33 days during the war when it was not subjected to shelling. Several things to say. Robert Greene said that nobody wants to have less power. Everybody wants to have more power. And when we talk today about recovery, I would like to see that the things that we are going to have after the war wouldn't be fight for power and political intrigues. And we should remember what we are fighting for today. We are fighting for the territories that are under Ukrainian flag today. And let me thank everybody, those who abandoned their political and other vested interests and is working for and in the interests of our territories. My special thanks go to Alexei Chernyshov. We tend to criticize people, but we seldom tell thank you. So let me thank him for being in touch with Mykolaiv all the time. He's assisting us all the time on behalf of the government and authorities. The war for Ukraine, on the other hand, is a chance for Ukraine to realize that we are no longer part of the Soviet Union, but we are an independent state. We have a chance to rethink what is happening on our territory. We are not just the territory that was used to reload grain or where the metal was produced, but we can rethink the way we see our country so that it works as a mechanism in sync. And maybe we need to introduce some specialization in the regions, and we can use the time after the war to do that. If you had a earthquake, then people think, okay, so where we had the table, it was here, so let's put it back. So we are going to build new schools in the place of the destroyed school. Kindergartens will be built in the place of the kindergarten. But we have to understand that maybe instead of one school, we need to have 3 schools. Maybe we need to have a school in the other place. So we need to rethink, not just to restore what used to exist. We need to take a fresh look at what we had and see what is needed better and more. And we need to think about the regional opportunity of economic tools. We forgot about the law on regional economic zones, technological parks, and this law should be worked on. So we need to work with the powerful instruments of local self-governance, Association of Ukrainian Cities, with the practitioners, those who understand what should be done and how it should be done. Steve Jobs said that better CEOs appoint professionals and then tell them what to do. We shouldn't tell professionals what they should do, but we need to listen to them, their vision, what they should do locally and what is needed to be done there. And we have the draft law also that is aimed at governing the issues of pay at local level. When I studied in Kyiv Mohyla Business School, I heard that a lot of losers ask the question how I can become rich, successful, and a small number of successful people is asking question why would I become wealthy, why would I become successful, to achieve what? And when we face the situation when there are so many professionals that left our country, we should ask this question: why should they be back? Because they could stay there or they could be back. If people need something, then they can live in this country. But if these are people that create something, then they can choose the country of their stay. So why should they come back to Ukraine if they can stay in another country and have higher salary? So we need to make sure that they want to come back. And let me quote some other people. So the government should start changes with the mindset. And I am sure that this war will change our way of thinking at all levels, at local level, at the level of state authorities. And we will feel a united people with the aim, and we are not going to fight for power in this person. Thank you.
Я не хотів.
I didn't want to raise this issue originally, but yesterday I had a conversation with our head of educational department. There is a colleague who used to be a headmaster, principal, with a salary of $1,000. The secondary school and school of arts. So he is now managing 127 schools. And he received his first salary and asked me, what is it, Andrei? I said 30% of bonus, and it's about 20,000 hryvnias. But at school I had more than 30,000, he said. And in the parliament, they are expected to adopt a law to set limits up to 30% for the civil servants, budgetary workers. So will he leave with that kind of salary, 7,000 hryvnias? According to our minister, this education is the locomotive, the skeleton, perhaps, of our country. So is this a red herring coming from our enemy? Well, it's 10:30 and 10:22 to be exact, and this is the third time I hear about this draft. So with Mr. Stefanchuk, we discussed it, and we are going to be lobbyists of the local self-governance. And Mr. Bazin is going to be a great lobbyist for this law. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me, Mr. Sadovy. I wanted to start with the general remarks, and you're very specific already. So you had this morning conversation, which was quite vivid and energized you to, and we witnessed the effect. Quite frankly, I do not see on this panel any representatives of the government. This is their baby, so we should not discuss their draft without them. Yes, there is this limit for the cap for the floor. And for the bonus, that was in the basic draft and the basic version. And this is the maximum that they could squeeze out in consultation with the Ministry of Education. If we have the committee consultation, somebody voiced that, Alexander, am I right? Be my witness for the second and the first and the second reading, 224 votes for the first reading, that's available, so it's to be discussed before another first reading. This draft is necessary for the local self-governance. I believe if this is the only issue I have to be concerned with here, I can conclude, or we can discuss something else. I have another question to you, but we are in the jurisdiction of the Lviv military civilian administration, and our chair is expecting questions. Maxim, I'm not trying to be annoying, but you have been around for long enough, so perhaps you have some remarks, knowing the communities. We discussed that with the we should ask our participant to mute his mic because thank you. So we have to change the law, and we have discussed this draft for a long time, and it is to be subjected to even more drafting. Dear friends, if you don't want to help, don't be in the way then. I have the greatest respect for all the people who appreciate that. Local self-governance is 1,070 jets, which can drive Ukraine to the new orbit of development. Am I right? And the leading seat should be given to the head of military Lviv administration. The floor is yours. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity. Indeed, from the beginning of this war, a lot has changed, even in the Lviv region, which seems far away from the front line. But this is not so. The communities play a great role in our lives. So they should not just think about resources all the time, because we keep discussing the resources needed by the communities. But the communities have to produce notions, produce essence. So let's look at Ona city as a living body with lungs, with the liver, and with gas and steam. They can produce ideas as well. And for these, we need some resource, but I would like to draw attention not to cash, but to people instead. Take care of the people who go to war. Those people had to flee from that war and go abroad. What they need, produce a product for them. Not any gas, not any steam. People are the principal resource. What I like about the region is that we have this great number of people disturbed and anxious who came to us, and we played host to them. And we have to concentrate on what we offer to them. This is not a new kindergarten or school. This is a job that we offer, and happy future for their children. We have to offer education. We also have to offer the learning environment and think about it. And thank you very much, Mr. Rector of the Catholic University, creating this environment. Thank you for it, to feel how Viva breathes, what the Western mindset is. Thanks to Pavlo, and we understand that the land force is a factory of heroes. It's so cool to be a military officer. When people look at a military officer, they see the state. And thanks to the land force for that. think about culture, because we can be interesting for the world only if they see, like the armed forces, they demonstrated dignity, valor, faithfulness, dedication, but with a national flavor. And we have to be honest there. On our way to Europe, we packed our baggage with this kind of flavor. That's what we have to offer to people. And for this, we need a resource, and that's the resource the state is prepared to contribute. But we need your feedback. Why? While Lviv region should be interesting to the government. So that's my suggestion. Thank you very much. Glory be to Ukraine. Wise words indeed. And I have not just a question to the mayor of Zhytomyr, but I have some observations to share. We are actively participating in the Congress of Regional Authorities together with Mr. Cyril Tymoshenko. We have new projects, but the war changed it all, reset it. So Zhytomyr is still a living and breathing city, but there are IDPs, and the border is not far away, that far away. What kind of question do you have to our colleagues from the parliament, MPs? Perhaps you can put a question. What your city needs, what your region needs, what your municipalities needs to make confident strides towards your bright future. I every day address my communities. When we had missile impact to the air raids, and that was helping people sometimes to survive, to take correct decision. The 24th of February, I remember like it was today, in minutes. At 8 a.m. we had our first meeting of the council, and the first decision was to stop operations of any political factions till the end of this war. We have no political factions in our council. We have one faction. It's called Zhytomyr. A round of applause. And well deserved. So let me just say this. Well, I never had presidential portraits in my office. I never had any portraits of any presidents before. I had Gandhi's portrait because his philosophy is next to my heart. But when we cannot use Gandhi's arguments, we need some other arguments. So on the third day of this war, I posted this president's portrait for his responsible leadership, and we can see that leadership is key, because this is the time for responsible leaders, if you ask me. And I would like to thank everyone, the Cabinet of Ministers, the Parliament, for their work in preparation for this winter. Our discontent, as the saying goes, but we have done a lot to prevent this discontent. Let me say that in Ukraine, some processes require centralization. This war is about straightforward and expedient decision-making, so we should not forget about the local capacity of the local communities. Just one small example. We are already trying to rebuild our country, reconstruct our kindergartens, our schools, our central heating facilities, and we are trying to speed up, expedite the process. But the essence, the notion, the meaning should be brought about by our local communities, by us. So the 25th college, a big college, is totally devastated in the center of our city. We understand that 2 or 3 years it will take to rebuild. But this product, which is to be produced, children, and after 12 years, they will become young adults, ready for their lives, adult lives, and we'll see what will be needed, and we have to give the meaning to it, add the meaning when we talk about the system of central heating. And we have to redesign the heating for our urban areas, the renewable energy and the great resources spent on rebuilding what we had. That makes no sense. We should think about our country in 10, 15, and 20 years, and what kind of place we'll have in this new, brave new world, perhaps. Now, I have a question to the parliament, and I have a very simple request to make. There are some points of contention, like reverse rotation, like Zhytomyr, 280,000 reverse subsidies, 280,000 next year. This year, the Ministry of Finance, they didn't do that, but we have to rebuild a lot and great assistance for all those units that were formed here and generated here in Zhytomyr. And they are now engaging with the enemy, but we need the roads, we need the central heating and other places. They should be targeted so that they are used in a correct fashion with the strategic understanding and appreciation of the government, from the government. And for the cabinet ministers, don't be afraid of anything, because this is the only chance we have. We have this production, the GDP is rock bottom, and we have this time for bold steps, responsible leadership. This is the best time for transformation in our state. Mr. Belvin, please. Yes, I would like to thank you. Let's start from the very beginning. Indeed, I would like to thank all the representatives of local governments, because in my opinion, thanks to our soldiers who are here, but you're also our heroes, and not lesser heroes, because none of us have ever encountered such challenges. Mykolaiv, I can appreciate how difficult it is under the missile threat. It's not what it was like before the 24th of February, or playing host to tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of IDPs like Lviv or Ivano-Frankivsk. So Ukrainian communities are the strongest in Europe, not because we're based in it, but because in the 21st century, it's only us, the tested, the word veterans of local governments can be up to the task in the problem we have to solve. In this parliament, we have trust between the central and the local government. Of course, some people would like to put a wedge into this unity, but in vain. I remember the mayors back in 2019, 2020, when they created the communities, the amalgamated one, discussed the budgetary code, the code itself and the budget itself. The parliament then demonstrated it was prepared to provide for the local self-governance. In the same way, we have the presidential office and the cabinet coming into play with a complete synergy. That led to the positive result and would have led to a bigger result in consolidated budget for 2022. It has been for the war. Mr. Slobozhan already said that without budgets, decentralization makes very little sense, if any. So it's the budgetary code. Speaking of the reverse subsidies, there are things that we have to discuss. We have to close the gap in our guest out. This is the equalization that we didn't succeed in. This is to our disadvantage, and the in personal income tax we didn't change anything there. Neither. and other. And with the budgetary legislation with the reverse subsidy, I commit myself in public, but I can foresee a difficult discussion with the Ministry of Finance. I think support of the local governments to this advocacy is going to be powerful. Cyril is smiling, I can see. Ministry of Finance will support us, I'm sure. I can imagine Mr. Slobozhan in my office in a couple of weeks. Mr. Marchenko should be summoned. With the personal income tax, it's the same, but there should be justice. The government this year, together with other stakeholders, had a great work in the context of budget and local self-governance, because what were the two most dangerous apprehensions? The IDP, the personal income tax lifted from the soldiers, and from 64% the rate going down. It was designed for a year, but I always say this is local governments, and is getting stronger. It has been getting stronger for all those 8 years. So if we make it 84, they will never let it go. So this is a sign of our irreversible strength in these local governments and our decentralization and devolution with the budgetary things. They are supported by the European Commission. So the European integration is also irreversible. So if the government will play a great role in the budgetary process with the reverse subsidies, we commit ourselves, but we will advocate and fight together. Thank you for this very energetic intervention. Can I add a couple of words? We are talking about the resources, I always say. People are the resource. And when we approach the government with this proposal for the alignment, linear equalization with the IDPs, for many years we have preached cash following people, education to is followed by cash, culture is followed by cash, but there are communities who adopted or accepted the greatest number of people. So with this alignment, we have to follow these people with funds. The governments argue that there are no such data, but we have approached the Ministry of Finance on numerous occasions. Think people, think about people, and give the cash to the people. But I'm 100%. I'm 100% sure that IDPs, there are problems with the recordings. That will be in our language, so the resolution will vote for it, right? There's one thing that's that's community in the RIA, and there are some communities like Bucha who lost people, lost production and revenues to the budget. So we cannot use or apply indicators of 2020 to them now. So we have to take into account the interest of those badly damaged communities. I don't think that we have a great number of taxpayers in those communities. So we should be neutral. Thank you very much. Our time is limited because today we have lots of panels, but in this audience we have one person which I personally respect very much. Hello, a paratrooper, and in this war he lost his arm and he lost his leg, and last week we started the prosthetic arrangements at our national rehabilitation center, Unbroken. And now he has this bionic prosthesis, and there's people who will need this help, unfortunately, count in thousands, tens of thousands. What kind of question do you have to the Speaker of the Parliament who is among us today?
Дякую.
Thank you. I just have this one request. Please pay more attention to the wounded soldiers. Those people were the first to took up the arms and to defend their motherland. So we should never forget about their very specific needs now. Please take care of them for their absolutely normal lifestyle that we should provide for them. First of all, I would like to thank you personally, Mihailo, and your comrades in arms who are defending our country. And today we are going to have another mission. We'll visit the center and calculate all the needs and assess them and design the decisions from the government or for the government and arrive at the right and correct decisions, I'm sure. So every one minute for conclusive remarks. Minister, you are a great minister. During all this panel, usually ministers kick in and then just depart. Not the case this time. So your conclusive remarks. Thank you very much, Mr. Sudovey. Not just for this panel. I'm always with you. I'm always there for you. And stay assured. Now, I would like to thank you for keeping the skeleton firm and solid for this country. We have to take care of them and increase the number of people, balance the number of people in these communities. And also we have to clearly formulate, excuse me for this very simplistic language, but we have to create a formula for the country. Why people should come back? What should be the incentives for those people? Not just the rebuilt infrastructure, not just the rebuilt schools, kindergartens for that matter, or some active enterprising business activity. Another answer to this question: why intelligent people have to rebuild and develop this country, not just the social group who are just coming back and to reside here. So I think about the meanings Maxim was talking about, head of Lviv regional military administration. I think we can take good care of this restoration, of this reconstruction, that we have to present some other answers, and together we shall overcome and have a nice forum. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thanks a lot. Mr. Cyril Tymoshenko on numerous occasions was referring to Alexander Slobozhan. Alexander, do you have any questions? I wonder. Good morning. I would like to thank you heartily for building this new Ukraine together, this draft budget, this new budget, this beautiful, but this should be reflected in the resolution. I would like to thank all the panelists and you personally for the moderation, Mr. Sadovin, Cyril. Sometimes I have this feeling that we live in the same office, reside in the same office. This is a new gossip together with the Slobodan. Thank you for the forum and thank you every community. Mr. Bevin, I was referring to our plans for 2022 that failed, but the majority of you will discuss those plans in Kharkiv 1 week before the war in February. And everyone was there, we were together. And that was most recent meeting we had. Before that, we had regular ones. That I'm looking forward to the new ones. This is another opportunity. Thank you for it. And another thing I would like to ask you, not just the government, but also the communities. In Kharkiv region, it is very difficult to manage like it was in Kyiv, Chernihiv, and Sumy after the deoccupation. So I would like to ask you, regardless of the government and the regional authorities doing everything they can, the humanitarian aid and all that, but please provide some humanitarian aid, and especially the construction materials for the occupied territories of Kharkiv region. We cannot manage on our own with the central level and regional level authority. We are working on providing some warmth for those people, some comfortable conditions, but this is very challenging, and the ambient temperature is already low. You can see that you have all the telephone numbers, Mr. Sinehubo's number, who is coordinated all that as head of their local regional administration. And as we do it always, we should unite and set a good example, showing, demonstrate how our whole country can be revived, the revival, the resilience. Thank you, Mr. Subai, for this opportunity. Together we shall overcome this. Mykolaiv, Mayor of Mykolaiv, Alexander, what is your take on this? I would like to thank people helping us in this heating season. Is supposed to be arranged for anyway, but there are some houses without windows, and we are receiving great assistance with the construction materials from the government coming to Mykolaiv, our people, our partners from abroad, and even we have not enough hands. Thank you, Yaroslav. Thinking from Ivano-Frankivsk, the mayor, and we have companies and workers they, who can take it easily, even if it is hard. Speaking of comfort, there are three types of resources: people, money, and time. Some resources are manageable, some are not so, but we have to concentrate during this war that we experience in the southeast and to a lesser extent in the north and the south. We have to share. It's easy to manage, but creating resources, we have to think about the toolkit, providing the answer to the question why the investors should come to the risk affected regions with the meanings and cash there.
Ну, ми, наприклад, тими податками, якими можемо оперувати, ми кажемо, ми там хочемо отримати більше
We
податків.
keep talking about the revenue tax. So what I want to do is just to make sure that local taxes stay here. So then we won't be asking the authorities to increase funding for us, but the money will stay there. So this money will go back to budget, not in the form of money, but in kind, like tomatoes will grow or cars will produce. So thanks a lot. Thanks for discussing these important things, and thanks for drafting the plan how to create new resources in the country. Thank you. So people are letting me know that we should complete Zhytomyr briefly. Today I'm happy that we are discussing new things in comparison with those challenges that we discussed when the war was started. We are in a wonderful university and we are dreaming about the future of Ukraine. We are doing that together, and we are grateful to our heroes. We are grateful to all of you. Thank you. Head of the Civil and Military Administration, thanks a lot to the Armed Forces of Ukraine. I am grateful to volunteers, to volunteer movement, and I'm grateful to all the people of Ukraine, people of Lviv Oblast. Thank you for what you've done during the war. And to conclude, don't think about the state as the state of your parents. Think about the state as the state of your children. Be honest before the state as our armed forces are, then we'll succeed. Mr. Vezhin. Thank you. Maxim spoke about unity. Let me thank all of us. Unity is everywhere. The front line, that's the most important. That's in among politicians, among people, among volunteers. So let's maintain this unity for the sake of our future, to make sure that people are born in communities, they go to schools, they get married and live until they grow old. Thanks to our efforts, our being wise will make sure it happens. Thanks a lot to all of you, dear representatives of communities, dear mayors. A huge respect to everybody who is here taking part in this discussion. Mr. Minister, military generals, you are the best. Free people never give up, will prevail, because we are the nation that prevails. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine.
Погано, брат. Ще раз. Сумська ова. Будь ласка. О, видно вас.
Доброго
Можете
дня.
Видно. Доброго дня.
Як чуєте, бачите нас?
Чути, добре, а не видно. Зараз, секунду.
Угу.
Будемо прийшли.
Так, є.
Є?
Є.
Так, дякуємо. У нас буде презентація ще, колеги.
Прошу.
Буде презентація наша.
Чудово, можемо потестити презентацію, будь ласка.
Давайте.
Є. Ще на повний екран включіть раз. F5. До речі, я не знаю, як мабуть. Як вас? Ну, все, гаразд, дякую.
Доброго дня. А призначте мене перекладачем ще раз, будь ласка. Техніки. Будь ласка, призначте перекладачем.
В аудиторії парковій на першому поверсі. Ми зараз
On
знаходимося на
the ground floor, that's where we had the meeting. At the moment, we are at -1 floor. So
секретарю Ради національної безпеки і оборони України.
if you had a quick bite, you'll be able to ask questions to Mr. Danilov, that's Secretary of the Security and Defense Council, that's Parkova Street, Catholic University, that is hosting this event today. Let me also announce that on the ground floor there is a multi-board, that's where you had coffee, and the Institute of City, along with the Solar Association, is assisting in searching for partners. So you can practically find assistance. Well, you'll be able to find your partners. So there is the stand United for Ukraine, and the colleagues will help you how to do that. So we can continue our forum, and we have really strong partners that at the beginning, when we were discussing the idea of holding this forum and the format of it, we had a strong position at the Council of Europe regarding this forum, and we are grateful to the Council of Europe for that support. We have Stan Nerlov, and I give the floor to him to welcome the participants of the 9th forum. Thank you. Hello, Andrei. Dear members of the government, dear councillors, dear colleagues and experts, I am grateful to you for organizing this forum. I'm online, but I'm in Kyiv.
Words just to remind everyone that the Council of Europe strongly condemns the full-fledged armed aggression of Russia. As you know, Russia was a former member of our organization, but expelled due to its actions against Ukraine. This is a dark hour for Europe and everything it stands for since the Second World War. The current violence and blatant disrespect of the European values and the violations of international law have already had an unprecedented and devastating effect on human lives, democratic development, world economy and environment, and many friends and partners in Ukraine, I would like to add. The Council of Europe has adjusted its action plan to Ukraine to support the national partners in facing the current challenges of the present situation. Our office in Ukraine is reopened and fully functional, and we are here to stand with Ukraine, the full and respected member of the Council of Europe, as it is striving to improve its democratic governance and respect for human rights and the rule of law. I would like to congratulate Ukrainian authorities for the decentralization reform being firmly and positively assessed in the European Commission report regarding candidate status. We are proud that the Council of Europe, as a guardian of the European Charter of Local Self-Government, has made an important input to this reform. It has been 3 months since this historic decision on granting candidate status for EU membership to Ukraine. We welcome the progress that the Ukrainian authorities has achieved in fulfilling the steps known as 7 conditions for preserving the candidate or for continuing the candidate status. The Council of Europe has been supporting this process. The fact that the success of the decentralization reform made it not appear among the priorities of further reform needed to join EU doesn't mean that it doesn't have to continue and be finished. We are very pleased to see the attempt of a strategic approach for local self-government development appearing in the draft roadmap for recovery produced by the National Council for Recovery of Ukraine. We are at the right time today to discuss the good democratic governance in war and post-war context. I would like to remind you of one of the key recommendations of the Council of Europe's policy advice on the matter. And I quote, Temporary measures of re-centralization, understandable while the war is still going on, must not become a feature of the local governance system. The depoliticization of activities at local level should be understood just in the sense of the addressing major inefficiencies, but not as a permanent prevalence of executives over deliberative bodies. The war has shown how important the local governance is in Ukraine. And I would like to pay tribute to you all who has been governing this country on the local level. I remember clearly when asked back in February, before the world changed on February 24th, what my opinion was of what would happen in Ukraine if the Russians would attack. I said it very clearly, it will never, ever be able to govern Ukraine because the Ukrainians want to govern themselves from the local to the medium to the central level, and that will not change. And that, at least in that, I proved right. There are several topics to be discussed today during the forum. Among them, two of special interest and, of course, something that we hold close to our hearts in the Council of Europe. They are the development of metropolitan governance, or the agglomerations, as you know them. We are supporting the expert team under the Specialized Parliamentary Committee on Local Self-Government in development of the new version of this draft law by the end of November 2022, this year. The important feature of this process is inclusiveness. It will be elaborated in close cooperation with local government associations and will be consulted at all stages with local authorities, which will be most affected by the law. Thus, we strictly promote the principle, nothing for self-government without local self-government. Secondly, service in local self-government authorities. The Council of Europe examined the draft law 6504, and I will quote from the legal opinion on the law. Quote, the adoption of the draft law would lead to improvements compared to the current situation. However, several areas of concern remain, where further action should be considered. We hope that the first rereading of the draft law will be successful, and we will keep providing our legal advice for its further improvement before the second reading. The Council of Europe will continue to stand by Ukraine, and it has already started its preparation of a new framework document for the next 4 years: resilience, recovery, and reconstruction. I wish you a good day and a good forum. And to Andriy, to the organizers, I hope to be in Lviv soon. So here from Kyiv, all the best to all of you, and thank you for letting us be there and stand by you. Have a very good forum. Thank you. Дякую всім.
Дякую, Стен.
Thank you. Thank you, Stan. We thank you for your ongoing support, dear colleagues. We are moving on. At the moment, we are going to talk about one of the scenes that was subject matter of the discussions at the first panel discussion. A lot of these issues have been already resolved, fortunately, and we can add other challenges today. We are going to talk about funding and economic development of the communities at the time of war. We have really very interesting speakers here. I'm honored to invite Sergei Morgunov, Mayor of Vinnytsia. Come out here, please. I am inviting Mayor of Chernivtsi, Roman Klichuk. I'm inviting Alexander Slobozhan, Executive Director of Association of Ukrainian Cities, Halina Vasilchenko, Member of the Parliament of Ukraine, Member of the Parliamentary Committee on Finance and Tax Policy, Pavlo Bakunetsi, Member of the Parliament, Member of the Parliamentary Committee on Economic Policy and Natural Reserves. So online we have Dmytro Zhavitsky, Head of Sumy Oblast Administration. Dear colleagues. At the beginning, let me just say that we wanted to discuss budget 2023, economic development, stimuli, industrial tax, income taxes for servicemen. But my first question to you, really brief question, could you please take 1 minute to answer it, not more? Today, our colleague Alexander Sienkiewicz, the mayor of Mykolaiv, said that today we need apart from huge challenges, we have new opportunities, and that's a chance for the economy. To have a breakthrough in the economy, we need innovation. Starting February 24, we witnessed several miracles, economically speaking, when people got united, set up startups to produce drones. Yesterday, our student, Ukrainian student, became the winner at the international contest and was awarded more than $20,000 to produce drone to demine territories. We are fighting at all fronts. What impressed you, economically speaking, since February 24? The question to Serhiy Morgunov, Mayor of Vinnytsia. Good morning. I'm happy to welcome you at this forum. It was very important that we had a forum started on a positive note. All the concerns that we are all experiencing, talking about the next year, we're kind of, outlined and we all focused on recovery. The first thing that was important for us on the first days, I think we all remember that economy was actually stalled, and for a week or two, everything was closed. And I'm not talking about the plants, enterprises, but it was also SMEs, stores, small cafes, restaurants. Nothing was open, and it was really scary or concerning rather, because it was not just the war, but we didn't understand how the communities will be able to live on. We have pensioners, we have a lot of other challenges that are IDP related, the revenues, on the public budget. And speaking about Vinnytsia, I guess it was day 8 or 10, jointly with the head of military civil administration and head of oblast administration, we spoke live to people and requested business to reopen and start operating again. And on the second week of the war, for instance, if you talk about the food stores, we had 75 of pre-war selection of the food items. And that was all thanks to our joint efforts, because local regional authorities all united to change the supply chain and logistics for businesses. And what is the most important thing, because the warehouses happen to be in occupation, so we couldn't refill the selection. Dnipro was in a very difficult situation given the food supply. So that's why we had to refocus westward and help each other. And the most important thing at this stage is that those enterprises, larger enterprises, for instance, Berlin exporting to 56 countries, 500 value added wood stuff that was produced before the war. 1,718 people worked before the war. In March 16, they reopened, hired 180 people, and as of today, they produce 350 cubic meters of timber items, and that's foreign currency that Ukraine is making. We are facing other challenges, but that's important. VAT refund, that's an important scene for these producing companies. They are running out of working capital and they cannot purchase raw materials. I think we need to think about that issue, and we need to talk about this at the level of state. On your left, there is Helena. Helena, what were you impressed? Could you please stay brief? It's going to be kind of short answer. Good afternoon. Thanks a lot to the armed forces and volunteers for us being able to have this important discussion today. In particular, in my work, I interact a lot with the heads of the communities, representatives of local self-governance, and I understand how this type of fora and discussions are important. And I'm really happy that we are able to restart this tradition. The thing that impressed me the most is the business and entrepreneurs. They were so fast to adapt to change technologically the production. They introduced innovations, and in parallel with that, most of them, I can't remember the recent survey, but I remember in summer, the number was 80% of enterprises that are engaged in volunteer movement and assist armed forces and our servicemen. The speed of adaptation, of adjustment showed how united we are in our attempt to keep Ukraine to win the war. And we are happy that people, even those who had to go abroad, those who are staying abroad at the moment, they can't wait to come back home. And a lot of them are back in Ukraine. We saw that when Kyiv Oblast, Chernihiv Oblast, and Sumy Oblast were liberated, we saw how quickly people started coming back to reconstruct, to recover their houses, enterprises, and their companies. We saw how Ukrainian entrepreneurs are keen on conducting business activity in Ukraine. And for instance, they started relocating to Lviv Oblast, their enterprises, because they want to stay and work in Ukraine. So our duty is to make sure that it is comfortable to work in Ukraine. Alexander? You were the person that was the most quoted at this forum. What were you impressed, economically speaking, starting February 24th? On February 24, I was in Bucha. So the first days and what impressed me the most, well, it's hard for me to say, but later when humanitarian corridors were organized and many people were evacuated thanks to the efforts of central authorities and municipalities. So tax code amendments impressed me the most. And you could see that in Chernivtsi, Lviv, in Ivano-Frankivsk. So the restrictions of ban that was introduced affected the single tax revenue, and that was something that impressed me the most. We were a country amidst the war, and taxes, that's what assist armed forces the most. I was impressed by the mayor of Bucha, the way he acted. We are in occupation. Just imagine, financial department has been evacuated. It was evacuated earlier in the first wave, and he was there until the last moment. He refused to be evacuated, and the group of people where I was with kids and wounded, those patients that were in the hospital, the first thing that we talked about with him is amendments to the budget so that 13 million hryvnia should be allocated to assist armed forces. Could you think the way you could do it online, because physically we can do that, because unless we help the armed forces, we are not going to have self-governance and armed forces. We should do that, and then we can think about taxes and duties later. So the fact that local self-government was kind of, the first responder, I was really impressed with that. We talk about decentralization, and we talk sometimes about it as something ideal and something that is intangible. In Bucha, you could feel what decentralization means, because unless the local communities were so strong, we wouldn't be able to keep so many people alive, because thanks to the parliament, thanks to the government, thanks to the reform, we have all this opportunity to make quick decisions, not to repeat mistakes that were made through centralization. You can talk to business directly, and I was impressed by business in Bucha. Immediately they brought food, medicine. Nobody was kind of, trying to be the first or the last. Just imagine the first floor of the city council that was full of medicines.
And then I hope that we'll have Alina here, Vitaly, Vyacheslav. I will tell you more about it. We are drafting amendments to the text code. We'll discuss that. And I want to be pleasantly surprised. I expect to be. Well, Roman, please. I am also excited by the business, volunteers, business community provided a lot of assistance. They had their own difficulties, but they were the first to receive in Chernivtsi the people fleeing from the war, catering business, hotels, providing meals and accommodation for free. People who went abroad, but they are still paying the fixed tax, which was cancelled. And from the States and from Germany, or utility services that they do not use because they know that they are responsible, should be responsible, this revenue should come to the budget. And I was very much surprised by the support from abroad, the local business there in Romania, Germany. I was surprised with the support starting immediately and coming from the mayors, from their councils, their communities. That was the first support to be received also from Western Ukraine mayors, from Mariupol and Kharkiv, and we can do that in a quicker, much quicker fashion than with the national standards assistance. Our guest from the city administration. Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, your work even before the war was super difficult and complicated. Usually people do one thing in their lives and you have to do everything, like an orchestra. And despite the fact that the war has come to our doors and the expenditures in many areas stopped. But in Lviv region, we have more expenditures, more duties, more responsibility, more commitments for every mayor. I would like to thank the armed forces of Ukraine at any rate, but your role in this war, in this victory, we consider it to be a victory, is going to be enormous. We do not know when the victory will come, because one victory is the front line and another victory is comfortable lifestyles in the native communities. You're looking at your watch, so let me say what surprised me. Mr. Mayor Lviv, Deputy Mayor. Well, you acting mayor, because the mayor is not here with us. You were very closely listening to what the mayor had to say on this subject. I saw Andrei. You stop. You stop. Pavlo, you can stop anyone you want. Minister Chernyshev is not here, so you are acting minister. That's what I expect. I can see some notes from the speaker still on this table. The negative thing that strikes one: business is super fast in any situation. So you're all surprised with the adjustability, but in Lviv region, business stopped believing in the capacity of our government, of our state, and sometimes they do not want to use pay cards from the bank, just cash. And that means that some people have their doubts. Our banking system, I do not know how they managed it. The leadership is responsible for this gain, and the banking system is still up and running. So in any other country, everything would just have fallen apart, and that was a very wise type of management, the leadership. Now we can still use the pay cards, and so we are doing the forum, and we have some express questions to Taras from head of Sumy regional administration. What surprised you now? Dear colleagues, I would like to pass the best regards from my boss, Dmytro Zhivitsky. He could not join, that he delegated it to me to present the vision of Sumy regional administration. We are surprised with the motivation, with the faith, and hard work of our Sumy people, regular citizens, and the business community. When it comes to geography of our region, because you can understand that we have the longest frontier or national border, 54 kilometers, with the aggressor country. One of the aspects that I would like to outline, let me just enumerate, list what we have achieved. We managed after 8 months execute the local budgets and local budgets in plural by 96%. And we managed to put together the passionate part of active part of the population in the region and develop strategy for economic development and reconstruction of Sumy region adopted, and now we are working on its implementation for 3 years. The Agency for Regional Development is now up and running. We couldn't manage that before the war. Now, at the time we have accomplished that. So we can see the Association of Cattle Breeders working with representatives of Austria, Germany, and Switzerland to implement the project on for dairy products, some processing, and the cluster of the Yulia Sverdenko, the Vice Prime Minister, helped us engage foreign contracts. We're not discussing it yet. We're not making a presentation of the region. We have the air defense alert, but we can stay here. It is safe. It's a safe room. And what can we expect in 2023? I'm going to put a couple of questions. One question is the budget for 2023, what we should expect in municipalities, and we have a lot of matters to discuss, like using an example of the city of Lviv, the general fund. It's on paper, the plan is exceeded, but it's all on paper. The revenue is to be used for certain works under resolution 590 that should be transferred to the developmental budget, special budgets, and we need institutionalization, the military, the reverse subsidy. The military is personal context, 1.3 billion hryvnias is the reverse subsidy, 77 million it was last year. And let me discuss it with you. Alexander, a question to you. From the point of view, many of the people follow the process and that announcement of this association side, the consolidated position, the personal income tax paid by the military stand with the local budgets. What else can you protect or secure for your municipalities? What are the threats and risks, and what else should be done so that we can expect that next year, which is for sure another challenge, is expected to be dire. So what's the vision of your association of the Ukrainian citizens? Let me remind you the 28th of February, we had a special day. The government decided to stop extraction of reverse subsidy together with the 3 months in which we should not think about it. Don't have to, but that was a wise decision of the government and Ministry of Finance in particular to stop it for this year. The majority of these people are thinking, I think there is no reverse subsidy, we need basic things. And some part of the people think that is just the big cities like Lviv and so forth. But Bucha was also on a reverse subsidy. Irpin also, and many other smaller, relatively small municipalities. Yes, there is a disproportion, but this disproportion can be aligned, but not horizontally. If we have the vertical and horizontal system of alignment, then we can avoid the disproportion and avoid this gap between the needy and the rich. I think 2019, the number of absolutely balanced budget without basic subsidy or reverse subsidy, that's the ideal indicator for the local self-governance. As soon as we introduce this vertical and horizontal alignment or equilibrium equalization, we will remove all the disproportions and distortions. I agree with the people who argue that this is supported by the budgetary committee, tax committee at the parliament. The fact that this is a Swedish model, let me advise it a little bit, it is worth it. And we borrowed from the German and Polish experience adjusting to our circumstances. So the reverse subsidies are key. We should not let it be taken away from the communities. Not a single penny in 2023. Lviv and one of the Kyiv, they accommodated IDPs, even in transit. That was an expenditure, a considerable one. Leaving the subsidies with the communities, Mr. Homlin said that we can use it in a targeted fashion. Another point, in this audience, I cannot see mayors whose municipality purchased military bonds, and there are some municipalities who did. And you say that the cash is on paper, and Andriy, you're absolutely right. There is no liquidity to speak of, but when we're helping, and Polo was right there, we are helping the banking system, the national budget. De facto, with your funds, the local government's funds, country is using them for the army, the social
на розвиток. Їх просто немає. Нам
the budget is scarce, the treasury is empty, basically. With the bonds, de facto, you can provide a lending facility for the state and credit in them. And then in a couple of years, you will claim the reversed subsidy. Now it's a sensitive issue and it will be topical. Personal income tax for the military. That's a wise decision coming from the Minister of Finance. Thank you for supporting them, the mayors, the MPs. And we should not be divided there because somebody tried to divide us Western Ukraine versus Eastern Ukraine. For Western Ukraine, we should not do that. For Eastern Ukraine, we should. Some people argued, and the mayor of Mykolaiv, the budgetary consultation suggested the stabilization subsidy, and then he was then followed by the mayor of Ternopil. Our people are fighting there. Their families are here. We have received the IDPs, and the Minister of Finance was wise in their decision to and. Hope the parliament will vote that. The MPs here, I'm sure, I'm certain, trust in them and the speaker. And it is very important for the personal income tax to stay with the communities. The effect, Chernihiv, Mykolaiv, Kherson, and 23 mayors evacuated. They are working at the office of our association. This is a compensator because in Mykolaiv, practically everyone left. So this is a good compensator. What else can we fix? And what kind of answer do you expect? We have this protocol signed between the Ministry of Finance and the association. Between the first and the second reading, we have to clarify the basic and reversed the subsidies. Mr. Kozycki was discussing them and the equilibrium that we would like to strike. I do not know whether the mayors will vote, MPs will vote, but this is the first budget that I vote for with my both hands, though I have no vote there. But we have to clarify some things, but the personal income tax, PAT, should be calculated. The educational subsidy, I want to avoid the situation of last year with the unexpected change on a very short notice. We have the 90 billion that should be all distributed between the local budgets, 22 million hryvnias of the reserve fund. Let me emphasize the reserve. And under Minister Chernyshev, majority of the mayors would centralize central heating systems in their municipalities. If there is a missile impact, where should the funds come from? 100 million from the reserve fund. Kharkiv is expecting 70 million. And when at the committee, energy committee, Mr. Harris's, I was asked what I would expect and why so much. Perhaps you have some municipalities, they said in your association, safer and better protected. The military said that at this point that we have no community, neither Chernivtsi nor Uzhhorod are safe, completely safe. So we have to purchase this equipment for all the municipalities without any exception for all Ukraine. 22 billion hryvnias, the program from the Ministry of Regional Development, the emergency programs. Mr. Tymoshenko was discussing the budgetary code. It's specific, but with your financial people, you can discuss that. There is a big step forward, a big stride, a big leap, perhaps. So this is sisterhood. among the cities, but many of you can now make municipal borrowings. The Ministry of Finance registers some excess. Lviv is approaching the indicative cap. This is important, mind you. We have to calculate the borrowings. It's not 200% of the developmental budget. It's the general fund, which is much more. And we can all use it, not just ask for assistance, but engage the lending facility with the grant component. And I have this bright impression of the budgetary code, the tax code, and the time comes they can make 2 points. You referred to Helena. So Helena, the floor is yours. Let's continue with the changes that are proposed now. The budget this year was reviewed at the committees a couple of words about the budget and what can stimulate economic activity. Just one example with the optimism. Last week, we was visited by Kinscom, one of the biggest European construction companies, and they want to make a big site, 40 hectares, 40 megawatts, the capacity, and we understand the energy supply, the water supply, the municipality can do those basic things, but natural gas and heating and water, but energy supplies is a different kettle of fish, so to speak. That's a big number of companies who review in our markets the prospect. They should come here, should be invited. Let me see. When we had the process of decentralization, the reform started and was still developing. We had certain apprehensions, delegating so much power and resources to support those powers in the field. We had apprehension that some amalgamated communities, some local government bodies wouldn't do it, but I can tell you about the last 6 months. This is a great challenge, this war is, but this demonstrated great capacity of our mayors and our local governments. And we would like to thank them heartily for that. I had this great opportunity to talk to Lviv region mayors, and I saw how soon, so agile they were, how soon it happened with their powers, with their responsibilities for the IDPs. They did what they could, and with the humanitarian aid, they're still helping. And all those things prove to the national level authority that decentralization, I'm a great fan, I'm a great supporter. And this is one of the greatest successes that we had over recent years. And I agree with the things that we heard at the first panel, that people matter most, the most, and we have to produce some meanings. And to produce the meanings, we need some resources for effective execution of our powers in the field. We need them proportionate, substantial, proper resources. So talking about communities and the financial resources being provided for the communities. So last year, I remember at a similar forum, we had now 4% of the personal income tax that was my draft on 5%, and was a reason for a heated discussion back then, but with other MPs who support decentralization, support communities, we should work further to gradually increase those resources, because in fact, I'm convinced that it's only with the sufficient resources in the field we can expect the responsibility to be taken and duty done properly. So the financial capacity of the communities, and that includes 4433, the rest subsidy, and there are many things. We've had a lot of voices of appreciation, and with this best subsidy we can do a lot because it is critical indeed, and I don't think it's fair that 1.3 billion Lviv alone should contribute. This is not about Lviv, and we are talking about this incentives. The more they make, the more they give, and that removes the motivation for business development. In the same way, the communities who get subsidized more heavily, they lose the incentive for their own development, regardless of their own investments. If they lack some money, no matter how much or little they make, they expect to be subsidized. So the economic development should be stable in the communities who have fewer opportunities to earn something, and also for the ones who have more opportunities. And from last year, we had the draft pending, tabled at the parliament on the environmental tax. And now we have a lot of resources, 80% taken away to the central level, only a smaller part stays with the communities. And that draft offers a totally new model with more resources at the regional level, at the community level, in order to do something for the environment, because that's the very point of the environmental tax. With my colleagues, I supported that idea for P80% income tax to stay in with the communities that paid by the military. And I'm a great champion of the position for the communities, accepting that IDPs they should have more resources, more responsibility. They have, in fact, and Andrei, you discussed economic development and the way in which you can best engage business and with the drafts on the industrial parks to be adopted. We won't make this workable because we reviewed the tax breaks and stimuli, but we need the facilities, the capacity to work, the place, and the premises, and with the local governments, we should think about financial support, connection with the grid, and for the industrial parks. And if we discuss it in more detail, we should say that even now, when we are traveling with my colleagues, we go abroad, the first question we raise is to get more military equipment to recognize Russia's sponsored terrorism. But at the same time, in parallel with that, we always discuss engaging investors and investments and how big Ukraine's potential is. It's difficult to discuss during this war because nobody wants to take a risk one's capital, one's HR, and in a country at war. But for the territories which are closer to the West, European Union, we are trying to convince our colleagues that it is safer and that we also work here. And we have had several meetings with a big Austrian company, and we asked the CEO, the owner, about different case studies, investments. He said that no day like today. And this is a great chance. This is a great opening. I would like to ask the mayor of Venice, Sergei, a lot of companies relocated. We have already mentioned the pilot project of the industrial park. What are the incentives that are still missing? Believers, there is a big amount of money that can be engaged through investment. What can we do in terms of taxes, job creation? The highest stimulus for businesses not to be in the way.
Similar to local governance, but if you are more specific, in Vinnytsia we have 3 industrial parks. And the first is Head Company, the world leader in producing sports gear, winter type of sports. They started the construction in spring 2021. The construction was terminated for 2 months, but they are resuming construction of the plant there. That's an example how foreign investors, and that's Austria in this case, they do believe in the victory of Ukraine. That's a marker for the entire business. I talked about Berliner, that's a joint venture, Ukraine-Polish, that continues operating. Grana Frutti, that's the oldest our friend. It has been there since 1998. That keeps increasing its production. That's a German-Austrian one. So for foreign investors, that's a good indicator, an indicator that you have and can work in Ukraine. 144 were relocated to Vinnytsia. That's the number of enterprises. So within these enterprises, 800 new jobs were created in Vinnytsia. They don't seem to be a lot when you talk about numbers in general, but we should remember that the enterprises that I quoted, they keep creating jobs. What are we doing for them? What kind of assistance is needed? In the first place, we need to facilitate anything that deals with bureaucracy. Investment nanny, remember we talked about that. So I think local authorities are the first investment nannies. We all want economy working in our community, so we want to take care of them. People should be able to find respective premises. I'm not going to quote the details, but all this can be done in close communication with local authorities. Those who were relocated, those businesses that got relocated should find housing for the employees. That's a huge challenge. We are taking care of that too. I will come back to monopolies, electricity. We were the first in Ukraine that signed a memorandum about small energy systems. That's with respect to industrial parks. So there are 2 things. So it's not going really smoothly. We have an investor, the company that is ready to invest 250 million hryvnia in the project. But it's allowed to do that for 1 industrial park, not for 3. So you need to find another investor for other industrial parks. And to some extent, that's kind of hampering the process of further work of industrial parks. And to conclude, another thing. What is really important for our state? That's our defense capability, and I'm sure that it is energy security or independence and economic development, that's for sure. That's all necessary because we all know what it is all about. Reverse subsidies. Let's take this issue. Why don't we use this money for energy security? So there should be some conditions, there should be some specific sectors determined, but this will contribute to resolving the national challenge of energy security that we are facing, and that's going to help territorial communities to resolve their issues with heating, but that will also save money. And that's also tariffs, and that's also social issues that are going to be resolved. The time is flying, and we heard the sirens, so let's take the planned break. I have a question to Roman, the mayor of Chernivtsi. We have been talking about borrowings. Alexander said that that's going to be differently calculated, so the cities will be allowed to borrow more money. For instance, in Lviv, we have been negotiating with the BRD to support the city's liquidity, to maintain its infrastructure. There are a lot of issues with the exchange rate. That's something that we need to discuss, whether we are ready for these risks. Another question that is going to be discussed at our session is grants that we are attracting from international corporations. So there is a huge niche today. So if you can find the solution this way, you need to go the other way. So international donors, that's a huge source of funding. It takes more time, but the resources are huge there. The question to you, Roman, as the mayor of a city, the city that saw a lot of business relocations, you see these resources where to attract funds from. So what amendments, legislative amendments should be made? What new ones should be drafted? What should be included in the resolution so that it is supported later? Roman? I am grateful to the Association of Ukrainian Cities for supporting the decision on restricting the on the borrowings, that's loans and grants, and that's really very important for municipalities. There is also our own potential. We keep forgetting that we should change our own economy. We should deregulate and deshadow economy. And there is a lot there, and there are a lot of opportunities there. It's strange that there are customs issues at the moment, at the time when we are at war. So I would encourage everybody to focus on the reforms in the country. They are really timely, and we should surprise the world not only with our strong army, but with strong economy, and to show this economic miracle. And we should be the country that sets an example internationally and economically. Thank you. The question to the colleague from Zoom, Taras. This week, we announced an important case in Lviv. We launched a beta version, that's a joint project of military administration and municipality. The beta version of this project was to facilitate communication. It doesn't really matter what kind of authority you want to talk to. The most important thing in this communication is the fact. And very often the person comes to the city council with one request, then goes to Oblast administration with different request. We shouldn't waste time. Time is a valuable resource of these days. Taras, your situation is different in your oblast. You are holding up the military front. So what is critically necessary for you, for your community to maintain economic stability? Thanks for your question. As representative of Oblast administration, let me just tell you that we are in ongoing communication with our communities, and we value our communities highly. But given the budget process and preparation to the tax code amendments, let me underscore that Oblast budget and the powers of Oblast administration should be balanced. We all understand that the powers of military civil administrations, given the war, have been expanded highly. And when you talk about the protection of the borders, for instance, in Sumy Oblast, about fortification that should be constructed, about the servicemen that we take care of, that require coordination with the communities. We need to raise funds, we need to attract funding. Partly this funded from Oblast budget, but again, colleagues, as a representative of the Oblast on the border, let me underscore that we need a balance between the duties that are imposed on the communities and Oblast administrations and the financial resources that are allocated to support them. Secondly, what do we need? That's what you mentioned when talking about planning and planning, funding, and competences. The tax for the servicemen is going to be there and not on the place of registration. You know what I mean. We will hope that we'll have a balanced approach to determine which communities are in the zone of hostilities. We have 22 on the ministry list, but we need the list from the cabinet of ministers because these communities will not have to pay a set of taxes, including land tax. So we needed to maintain really balanced approach in this regard, so that we wouldn't have the situation that businesses that are really operational and that's responsible businesses, and out of 51 communities, 52 are in the zone of hostilities subjected to shelling. And we have to be careful because businesses there are not paying taxes, but registers there are not working. They cannot receive grants, micro grants. They cannot attract resources because the banks say that if you have this status, then risks are high and we cannot issue loans. So we have some proposals in this regard. It may not be communities, but some settlements where districts or, well, I underscore that we should pursue really well-reasoned approach to define the communities that could be referred to this category. And if there are no regular shellings, then they should be taken away from this list because they face restrictions on privatization and other things. The third important element, dear colleagues, given the resolution 590, let me pay attention that we, the state administration, need some kind of control oversight as to capital expenditures because, well, we do have some tools in some regard on some taxes. On other taxes, we don't have any. And well, you may say that most of the taxes are not paid at this stage, but due to IDP status, we have to monitor how rationally the funds are used. For instance, one of the communities wants to purchase a TV set worth 1 million. Surely the treasury would never let this happen, but that's what we see happening now and again. So we believe that we need additional oversight when it comes to large amounts. The communities should be able to finish construction of hospitals, while the premises that might be almost finished, but money is needed to complete that. Thank you. And Pavlo, the question to you, you represent the community that starting February 24, when you talk about the economic resilience. So thanks to the revenue tax to servicemen, had some economic stimuli on the one hand. On the other hand, you represent the parliament of Ukraine, and we needed to adopt a balanced budget, 50% of which should work for the victory, or 100% of it should work for the victory, but 50% should meet the needs of the armed forces of Ukraine. Where is the balance that should be there? That's what I started with. What kind of triggers could we think of when you talk about smaller communities? Ladies and gentlemen, three things are really important to mention. Last year, we spoke about how to increase income tax for physical persons by 3-4%, just to make life easy, and not to interfere with local self-governance, as it was underscored. This year, we started discussing how not to increase the income tax for physical persons, but just at least maintain it on this level. So every day we see that somebody wants it to take away from local self-government and move it over to the central level. And three, you convene these meetings, and if somebody in the parliament of this convocation wanted to take something away, on the first year of year when we have this powers, then you know, they don't do that because they listen to local authorities. Bezhin is important. Vyacheslav Nahuda was explaining that, and thanks to your efforts, DMA, thanks to your efforts in convening these events, we are becoming stronger, and we are heard better, our voices are heard better. That's why this income tax that was subject matter of the discussions remained just the subject matter of the discussion. And that's a small victory of self-government. But we should remember that this income tax should stay in local budget. We should remember that. We all are here to make life of our people comfortable, to make sure that they have jobs, those who came from other oblasts, unfortunately they had to, and those who are ready to invest in our oblast. At this stage in Poland, in Germany, business is asking about the potential of Ukraine. They want to tap this market. And next year, this process will keep moving. What is industrial park in Poland? 10 years ago, Lviv started developing industrial parks. It wasn't anything major for the country. Then Poland showed their industrial parks in their country. We come over there, near the city, there are good roads. The land is divided 1 hectare each, 3 hectares each, 10 hectares each. You see the water supply, gas supply, energy supply, and water disposal. So that's pieces of land that was ready for business, and they have been waiting for some time. Well, it took them 1 year or so to attract business. So now it's all taken. That's the industrial park. But to create them this way, you really need to invest a lot of money, a lot of this income revenue, income proceeds. Another good trend, military base in the city. Military base would cover 10 plants. If you have a military unit, then that helps. And there are a lot of military units that went through the training at the range. They have hundreds of servicemen there. We will prevail, but the army is going to stay, and they will need a permanent base. So apart from the ideal industrial parks, we need to start thinking about the premises for the military units, like a base for them and their families. So I would conclude in a minute. So our boss is here. That's the way we say in Ternopil. Is it? Okay, what I wanted to say, my auntie in Canada used to say, God bless you. My grandma from Yavoriv, God bless you. And I am saying income tax is going to help. Thank you, dear colleagues. Let me thank the participants of this panel discussion. And we are not going to have any break now because we exceeded some time. That was the time during the airstrike warning. Halina, Pavlo, Alexander, Roman, Sergei, Taras, thanks a lot for your participation. Let me invite the moderator of the next panel, Sviatoslav Pavlyuk. We are going to talk about really important issues that's hitting season, energy efficiency, and resilience of our cities. Good afternoon. Let me invite all panelists to come out to podium. Some of them are going to be connected online. Olga, Alexander Tretyak, Mikola Bakshayev, Kharkiv Oblast, Irina Murunyak. Good afternoon. The first Deputy Mayor Lviv. Deputy Mayor. You know, I'm not very good at administrative matters. Who is the first deputy, who is deputy, who is mayor, you know, I'm not very good at that. Well, he's not here, so you can talk about him. To continue today's traditions online, we have Andrei Heros, head of the Parliamentary Committee on Energy and Utilities, and Adrira Lozinski, the first head of the Ministry of Territories. In Ukraine, we have two other mayors that will connect to us online. This year, energy sector and energy efficiency looks slightly different. Everybody keeps asking question how we are going to live through winter. That's media and people, and they started this. They started asking this question in July. Nobody expected that. I didn't expect that. So given that, let me divide our discussion into three parts. That's how ready we are given the supply and energy efficiency and tariff regulation for winter, and do our municipalities have the plan how to live through the winter? And do they have the plan about heating season, about development and recovery? Let me give the floor to Andrei Heros. And here is the question. You have full information. Do you see me? What about energy supply in this season? How does it look financially? is it possible to get compensated for the tariffs that were not paid last year? So energy supply given price caps internationally that leads to the reduction in energy production. And given energy deficit, how are we going to live through the winter with heating? Good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I wanted to come, but I don't feel well, so decided to participate online. We started talking about winter much earlier than we would normally do, and let me just pay your attention that there was some information and the discussions were launched not in July, but in June. It was President Zelensky who said that this winter is going to be the most difficult for all years of independence. He said that on June 8. Everybody realizes that we have to prepare a special well for this winter. And this position is based on intelligence and information we have. We understand that Russia will weaponize gas. That's what it did last winter to some extent, and that's going to pursue doing that. So starting June, we started developing active processes. And the parliament adopted respective draft law that provides for promoting preparation for heating season. That's gas procurement of Naftogaz. Tariff differences were supposed to be covered from public budget, and then the money will be received by Naftogaz, and this money can be used by Naftogaz to purchase gas. And in this draft law, additional money was allocated for electric power stations for maintenance and purchasing fuel to live through the winter. Everybody realizes how difficult the process will be, but we started preparing early, and energy resources, coal and gas is going under the plan in advance. We had prophesied of gas, but we banned export, gas export, so that even private companies would pump gas into the storages in Ukraine. At the end of October, we need around 15 billion cubic meters of gas and around 2 million tons of coal. At the moment, we are working on that. We have another month, but we are close to the goals we set. The main task, I understand that you can ask about funding. The financial situation could be difficult, but from the perspective of the state and from the perspective of the consumers, the most important thing is to have these energy resources physically. If you have them, then we'll have electricity and the houses will be warm. As to finances, we can catch up after heating season is over. That could be done later, though we wanted all the payments and calculations done timely, because all the financial resources that are paid as utilities, that this money is used to procure energy. We have some risks with the infrastructure. We saw that Kremenchuk thermal power plant, Ohtyrka were shelled, and there were serious damages. The government responded timely. That's been renovated and reconstructed now. The shelling could continue, and we understand that responses should be really fast to reconstruct. But well, there are two components. There's civil and military. As to air defense, that's military one. As to civilian component, we need to have the reserves of transformers, cables, equipment necessary to that for that, and to have a sufficient number of workers that could repair that. Price cap, there was a question about that. We do have price caps at the energy market. They can have several functions. As of today, we see that Europe is discussing price caps for Russian gas because the prices are soaring there. And in Ukraine, the issue of price caps is being discussed in media. We saw that there could be some increase, and that might result in the increase in the tariffs for people, but for enterprises, for utility companies, and for the cities, that's important too. We have to understand that on the one hand, energy in Ukraine is cheaper than in the neighboring European countries. 70 in our case, 300 sometimes 200 in some others, but the decision on price caps should be soft and moderate so that everybody could live through the situation, the municipalities, the water supply companies, so that we can go through the winter. Final decision is going to be made by executive authorities. So while we are waiting for the decision, we try to provide clarifications, and the Ministry of Energy is trying to do its bit in this regard. So that's the situation as we have when it comes for the preparation. If you have any other questions, I am ready to answer them.
About the money, the compensation, is it due? Well, now we had two drafts, one coming from our energy committee and the other from the budgetary one. It was both were adopted subsequently, and the government, the Ministry of Finance, and the Treasury have to take care of that now to institutionalize, because financially speaking, we need the money on the account, on the Treasury account, to settle. And objectively speaking, there is a difficulty there. We understand that the expenditures for security and defense take the lion's share. Otherwise, we cannot manage. But till the end of this year, we still have time. There's still time. The ministry are working on that. I'm sure they had some conferences, to my knowledge. And the settlements will be made, but the money does not stay with the municipalities. It's a transit from the NEC Naftogaz to the Teplokомуненерго and coming to NEC Naftogaz Ukraine. So they're coming to not from the budget to Teplokомуненерго, the utilities. So that's to liquidate the arrears in the chain between the actors of the players of the market. Thank you, Andrei. Thank you for the explanation. I would like to apologize. I will. It's about my spectacles. I need a better pair. So let me come closer. So, speaking of the sustainability or resilience of the communities, we can mention that many mayors who had the successful programs of energy efficiency, they feel better now, are feeling better, because heads of the special departments of the main spending agencies are much more comfortable now than the municipalities and the institutions that do not have them. The situation with energy efficiency, in my opinion, is very sad indeed, because from the very beginning, we had the warm loans, thermal loans, then we created the energy efficiency fund, and now it's half hibernated, and we upgraded, and now we are not talking about the other fund, because now this fund, because it is going to be concerned with the reconstruction. So institutionally, at the end of the day, we have no mechanism for responsible treatment of energy efficiency. the draft budgets for next year, the energy efficiency is not taken care of. Neither the fund, the thermal credit loans, credits, unless other than on the Kyoto protocols, I have my doubts even there. So how should they work with the energy efficiency without any governmental mechanisms for such funding? What can you say, Vasil? Thank you, Svetoslav, for this question. Good afternoon, dear participants. I'm happy to greet you in Lviv. Unfortunately, cannot be now in my native town, but I would like to thank Andrei Sadovay, the mayor, for this beautiful event so that our communities can communicate. And the energy security. So with your permission, dear moderator, I would like to add to the, Andrei's words, and on my own behalf, I'd like to add some the ministry concerned, Alexei Chernyshov, from the first panel. The minister is head of staff for the new heating season preparations. This afternoon we are having the 8th conference for everyone, Gas Ministry of Energy. We got ready for that, and we realized that the heating season was the toughest perhaps in our history of renewed independence, and we put together, had 152 mayors, and discussing all the possible scenarios and vignettes for the new heating season. And this is twofold. First of all, the resources, and secondly, the engineering capabilities. Andrei Harris was right, speaking of the resources, that we calculated the sufficient resources in natural gas, coal, and oil. There's the other part to it. From Kharkiv, another big municipality, you can see that the enemy are not ashamed of ruining the infrastructural facilities deliberately, and when had 230 in thermal energy and 311 in the hydro. So we can see that this is the edge of sustainment of functionality. So what we are doing for that, we have the reserve fund, 1.4 billion hryvnias allocated by the government for the backup equipment, mobile backup equipment, for the boiler units, for the diesel generators of quick assembly, rapid assembly, mobile filter units, water from the river, cars, pumping units. And God forbid we have an emergency, we can respond quickly. And together with this state service for emergency, we are finalizing that with the financial arrangements, and understand where this is most likely to happen, in what parts of the equipment in readiness. 2 days ago, with the USAID, with the ambassador of the United States and director of USAID in Kyiv, we had this example of assistance from the American government on the thermal insulated pipe work for Kyiv, the replacement for those pipes bombarded by the Russian Federation, 240, 237 boiler units, 800 generators, tanks for warming. And we are prepared for other risks together with the partners. Thank you for responding so quickly. And we had a great media campaign with the city of Lviv. Even if the government and the national, the local governments are ready for emergencies for a short period, we should stay self-sustainable and autonomous. And speaking of the compensation on my own part, we discussed that with Andriy also. I just have to agree with that discussion. And with the Ministry of Finance, we proposed amendments to Resolution 590, Treasury Resolution for all the expenditures for the heating season. This is one thing. And secondly, all this can be done without the procurement procedure with direct contracts. Those are critical infrastructural facilities, so everything is provided for. And the tariff policy, we do not increase tariffs, and we have this compensation that was discussed earlier. We have more than 70% of engineering civil works readiness for the community infrastructure or communal infrastructure. In addition to physical preparation for the savings and thermal upgrade, yes, unfortunately, the funds, 2.6 billion hryvnias, are not available, used for the military purposes, and there are no plans for that, but let me assure you that this is an annual budget being adopted, but there will be some monthly alterations as we go, because this is the martial law time, and energy efficiency fund can be a bit replenished, and we want people about 900 applications. We have them and we pay using them about 20-30 million on a weekly basis from the funds already on the accounts for the 900 players who are already applied before the 24th of February. Do we plan to reinstitute that? Yes, we are accepting new applications. Seidel said that we have this program arranged with the donors, and the fund will have now some smaller improvements in reconstruction, Sumy, Chernihiv, Poltava, partially perhaps, and 70%, 30% after the act adopted for the window blocks, door blocks, roofing, this repair with the energy efficiency measures. This is going to work, I'm sure, and we'll then be able to expand for a broader program of restoration or reconstruction. European partners are prepared to support the fund. So that is why I am not over pessimistic here. Of course, with the martial law, the priorities for military finance are this priority number one, but it should be developed better. Now, speaking of other options, I talked to the ministerial colleagues at the Ministry of Finance today. So we have this understanding that we can use the EIB funds for the energy efficiency program. Part of it we can retain. There's loans for the infrastructure objects like kindergartens, hospitals, and schools. 2 billion euros still available, and by October, I suppose we'll have the call for the tender. And that is the first tool, the quickest, the most expedient, and the EIB lending facility for energy efficiency. The budget is here. Another thing, this is another part of the funds transferred for reconstruction with inclusion of energy efficiency. And the 2 days we'll have, and there is some considerable interference from one of the participants. So let me say that this concludes my presentation. There's understanding from the government, support from the parliament. This is great. We have this sober and adequate appreciation situation from the mayors, and we have the reserve package of assistance if we need it, and in the nearest future we plan to have calls for lending facilities for specific energy efficiency arrangements or developments. I'm optimistic That's my nature, but I still have good reasons to be optimistic. Well, thank you, Vasil. Taking into account that presently the majority of our banks stopped issuing loans for the condominium by 20 to 35%. So we have no lending from the banks. Even with the energy efficiency fund, the condominium won't be able to have loans for upgrade of their facilities. So this is the dead end. This is the standstill, and we cannot find enough money there or any money there for that matter, because the Ukrainian banks are not provided any lending for such projects. It's all part of this war, and the European situation, the EU demonstrate that they have a tilt towards energy efficiency, renewables, self-sustainable communities in terms of energy supply. So the new mechanism funding should propose. A short remark: last week we also had communications with the bank. We can provide loans for the condominium. That was our understanding anyway, and now their credit officers are getting ready for issuance, some 2-3%. Yes, I agree with that, but this is a beginning, a good one. And with the energy efficiency fund, we clearly understand that the condominium cannot find the lending resources from the Ministry of Regional Development. We can propose, and we discuss that with the European partners. I can say that we should be hopeful with the pre-grant. This is not the money for compensation, but in advance of budgetary procurements, we can have this advance of 30%, and then as fact we can close that deal with the real expenditures reported by the condominium. So with loans and other things, that will make a step aside, and then we'll be able to concentrate on other projects. Thank you, Vasil. Our next speaker is Olga Babi. The situation is such that we have a separate law blocking the very opportunity for changing tariffs for utilities. The regulator was, you were responsible part of it. Yesterday, I was walking in Lviv, sitting in the rain and thinking about the question that Mr. Pavluk would put to me. But my guess was wrong. So today I wanted to arrange this not around tariffs. The previous panel set the pace for the questions directed to us. The majority of this audience are aware of the fact that we are, as the regulator, are concerned with that. The first part of this issue, was talking about small distribution systems for technical parks. One operator can have just one technical park or technopark. Let me say you this. This is for the regulator to decide. The rules are set by them, and we have this procedure of promulgation, discussion, and adoption. So when this document was being adopted, during the discussion, the one important stakeholder was missing, the local self-governance bodies, and they did not discuss those issues. When we have such discussions, we have two stakeholders, either the monopolists or the industrialists. And when we have no feedback or critical remarks or comments, proposals from the local self-governance bodies, we miss those elements in our discussion. So if you have such critical issues on the agenda, you should not write to the Ministry for Regional Development or Cabinet of Ministers for the matter. We have to go to Smolensk Street, building 19, and write proposals on the proper arrangements for such ends. Now, connection with the grid. with the grid, the monopolists are in this position, and by the nature of it, we will always expect business to pay for the connection to the grid. But let me reveal two secrets to you, perhaps some instruction. In 2019, the stimulating tariffs were set for oblenegas. For the distribution company, there's this profit rate or profit norm for development of their grids. So for the companies to develop their grids with the inclusion of the needs expressed by the regional development, we have 10-year plans for development and investment programs. Follow them. And part of the funds should be spent on construction of new facilities for the quality of energy supply. How this happens, Mr. Moskolenko raised the issue that they want to arrange for the technical part. If they have a development plan, they have to discuss the entry points for consumption with the Oberländer and regional administration, military administration in this case. And they have to indicate that for 2024, they need more capacity for streets such and such level, but for 25, 26, this and that. And all the plans for development of Oberländer should be arranged by regional administration, the military. When a municipality has a development plan, when you avoid the situation and you have the technopark on your hands, and for this technical park you need the investment program line, and the municipality should not pay for that. You have this instrument. Unfortunately, Oberländers are not interested in telling you about these instruments, but you have to try. There's no harm in asking. And there are many municipalities who utilize such instruments. Exactly, for some reallocated companies, there are such opportunities presented themselves. The country is divided into regions. The regions which are deoccupied, which accept the relocated companies, and the ones which are now in the area of active hostilities. And those are three different situations for the service provision purposes. The only thing in common is that everybody for local self-administration, their rights can be flexible, responding to different situations. It was a revelation to me because I have been a member of this regulator for 3 years. I never had any service experience before that, and I thought that when in 2020 the natural gas market was opened, a lot of appeared with the procedures, with the antedated contracts, the antedated cessation of contracts, and you took it with understanding for granted, but some mayors approached me, we talked to them, and I said that you can complain to us if your right is violated, you incur losses, and there's the procedure for 1 month, but we have this regulator's decision to regulate, to come back to the old contract and be compliant with that. And then we were talking to each other. We had all those complaints, and my associates were telling me that somebody gave them the hint, they said. And so don't be shy. You have to talk about your problems openly. Monopolists have to plan their expenditures, their budgets that it is the seasonal market. The electricity is cheaper in summer season and more expensive in the winter one. And that's your flexibility. The contracts you conclude with natural gas suppliers, you have to pay attention to what is happening with the tender procedures, because when last year the situation changed, tender procedure changed for the universal services provided, we would dispatch letters to the oblast regional administrations, take care of that, attention please, but to no avail. As a result of this year, 3,000 budget organizations lost their last hope, and this is a rise by 35%, mind you, for electric power supplies. So now we have, there is open markets, we have the gas price fixed for the budgetary organizations. Indeed, we have this advantage. We have cheap electric power because that's the structure of generation, and we have the opportunity with the government to cover or compensate for the gas price. Margaret Thatcher once said that there is no other people's money in the budget, it's all yours. When you have this low price for the natural gas for the heating season, you have to understand that the difference is covered from the national budget. Economy is always economy. So if the household price is 1.68 hryvnias, that means that Enega Atom costs for 50 billion a year for the households to enjoy this low price. And there are many things that we can not appreciate having them. There are many instruments that we own but do not use. So I would like to tell you that we're always open for this dialogue, and in closing, I would like to say, once upon a time I had this situation, a big accident, and so we then called each other, and there was that silence in body armor and helmets. They cannot work fast enough. So I would like to thank the heroes. With a round of applause, I would like to greet them and tell them that they should be patient with us, because that's the success. And thank you very much. Using the opportunity with your declaration cooperation, I would like to say that for the new decisions being promulgated for the public discussion or published, not just posted on the site, but you have to dispatch that for the association to consider their communication channels with the effectiveness, perhaps with engagement of association and local surveillance bodies. That should be a good channel for engagement and also the feedback. I think that we can now make Cyril Tymoshenko's burden lighter. This procedure, and quite frankly, this procedure, well, there's this procedure for the comments. There are the deadlines. If you violate the deadlines, and they cannot be adopted. So the most important thing is to look at the procedure and to comply with it according to the rules of procedure. And I think with Mrs. Slobodan, we can arrange for this communication, and in the future we can discuss this as the procedure goes. Well, my last remark in this context, the regulator are producing or generating a pile, a whole pile of decisions. You have a lot of staffers, highly professional, and they generate complicated documents, sophisticated ones. So it would be much more feasible if you engage other people. And this is very difficult. We need a special person in every association. So, in any case, thank you for your valuable comments, and this educational component is extremely important. Now, let's discuss it with the mayors. The quality of heating during this season will heavily depend on the availability of master plan from the municipality, how we respond to one type of energy, one type of service disappearing from the horizon. Is there a plan, Mr. Fix? Yes, thank you. From the city of Rivne, everything is plain in Rivne because that's the meaning of the adjective that gave a name to the city. Let me approach it from another side. We cultivate values here, and this is the institution of values of God-loving. God is not involved in any barter. They do not trade faith for reason. Ukrainians say, I believe everything is going to be all right. This is not the case. In addition to believing, we have to be acting and planning for acting. So for the plans, let me say that the plans are there and they should be there well in advance, in readiness, complete readiness, and the mayor concluding the heating season and issuing special decree to that effect at the end of summer. The next day announced that we were getting ready for the next one. And for the everyday operations for last 6 weeks, on a daily basis, we prepare city of Rivne for a sustainable heating season. It is going to be extremely difficult. It's going to be extremely tough, maybe the toughest last century, because we do not know what to expect from this heating season. Even last year, when it was very difficult, at the very last moment, and we received that compensation obligation for the difference in tariffs. Well, this year we are getting ready for it well in advance. We talked to Minister Chernyshov about this. Let me confirm that we had that chorus of appreciation and appreciating Minister and his team. Yes, indeed, they are well versed in this topic. Minister, in our conversation, assured me that we would have 90% versus last year, 10% we have to save. And in the city of Rivne, we have some streamlining arrangements for the 10% economy versus last year, last heating season. But we appreciate that even despite the availability of natural gas and biomass or other types of sources of thermal supplies, if we have no electric power, we have a cutoff for the city, neither gas or biofuel can compensate for that. So we are very much dependent on the energy sector. So the local self-governance bodies are all the soldiers of this energy front. So this is the energy war we are entering now. And God forbid we have a serious cutoff. What happens next? In that respect, we're getting ready. And for the city of Rivne, literally a month ago, we tested the commissioning of one of the biggest boiler units, 20 megawatts in capacity. And that boiler unit is capable enough for the 30% of the city to be provided with heating. In case of cutoff or some problems with the natural gas or other boiler units, we can make it a ring circuits, and with this biggest boiler unit 20 watts, we can sustain the city with 9 other boiler units. Let's say for the emergency mode, but also with the energy supplies to the high rises for the residential areas. And now we are supplying them with the generators. Partially, we have concluded that because we understand that if the city is cut off, then accordingly, we'll have to launch somehow the boiler units in question. But such boiler units have a great capacity, and the launching capacity is very high indeed. There are some boiler units up to 1 megawatts, and 1 megawatt generators are not really available anywhere next to being absent. So the energy supplies should be taken care of. To that effect, we purchased the 500 kilowatt generators to launch and sustain such boiler units in the city for the period for this case. And all the medical institutions are 100% supplied with 100, 200, and 300, 500 kilowatts. And all right, we have the oxygen generating station for one hospitals with a great number of buildings be supplied with oxygen. And for the coronavirus pandemic, we can expect a great workload for them this season, this autumn-winter season, and hence will need energy supplies for that. Very shortly, one of the institution, the Children's Hospital, City Hospital, we are getting ready for the force majeure situation. Everything is cut off. There is no heating. This hospital will provide for mothers with babies, with infants, and for heating, lighting, and all the necessary things. They will come to that hub and not waiting for the extreme cold. We'll have the big tents together with the state service for emergencies for stationary function until the warmer season. And regardless of availability and not availability of any other resources, with a hot tea, some sandwiches, and a place to just keep oneself warm. Thank you very much. We have to proceed. And now I would like to ask Mykola Bakshayev, the situation in Pervomaisk. Thank you, the city of Lviv, for the opportunity to express our opinion here and to report on the situation in the east of Ukraine and our preparation for the heating season and our dependence on the gas, on the hydroxygen, and the deoccupation situation, whether specific communities can be ready for the heating season. Unfortunately, Pervomaisk was never occupied during this period, but not everyone is so lucky. We prepared for the season with hydrodynamic test, and we also had difficulties with the hydrocarbons, and the problem should be divided in two parts. One part is the engineering capacity, technical preparedness. We've discussed it at length today, and presently we are prepared 100%, but there's this issue remaining for the sustainability and reliability of energy supplies, because for the central heating, we need water, electricity, and natural gas from experience of Melitopol and other occupied towns, we can see that the natural gas is the last to disappear. The most vulnerable outer electric grids, any kind of bombardment hits them first. And then we need autonomous energy supplies for the heating boiler units, and that we cannot boast of any great achievements like the city of Venice, but we are not 100% provided with the diesel generators, diesel-fired generators for the boiler units for the hospitals. But by and large, the city, well, for the hospitals we did it, but we are very vulnerable when it comes to possible cut-offs. And another block of issues is the financial status of the utilities. Teplokennega for many years have been working too hard and is exhausted. No claims for the consumers. They cannot the consumers claims against them, but they might not be able to pay. We understand that, but of course, for some people who are capable, the fines should be imposed for their arrears, and the majority of our utilities work in the conditions of the economically not feasible tariff.
Несемо сьогодні і понесли вже і на підготовку, а різницю в тарифах то є поки що обіцянка, і за минулий рік не в повному обсязі вона відшкодована. Також є мораторій на підвищення тарифів, який включився. Він не поліпшує ситуацію фінансового.
There is also the moratorium on increasing tariffs.
And they are founders of those companies in preparation to the winter season. And for the local budgets, and I would like to come back to the previous panel, and we have to say that we need a dotation.
Евакуювали разом з податками.
Today we have evacuated our businesses. They went to the west together with the taxes. And if we now take from our communities those leveling taxes, unfortunately, we will make them much weaker. We have more humble prospects in terms of investments compared to the west of the country, and it's not our fault. We want to work well to make our community stronger, but there you would have to have a central government approach. And don't forget it when making such complicated decisions. Thank you, Mykola. I would like to have a discussion with Irina, Boranyak, and Alexander. You're talking about the elements of being ready for the heating season in your cities. And what I see in Lviv took a slightly different road, especially as regards the heating systems and the emergency heating systems. Okay, the floor goes to you. Praise yourselves. Good afternoon, dear participants of this forum. Today we're discussing a very important issue, getting ready for the heating season. I listened to my colleagues attentively, but I would like to tell you how Lviv is getting ready for the heating season. Back in late 2021, the mayor gave us a mission so that we would make sure that the city gets water if there is no electric power. A whole team of employees together with the water utility started thinking about how to do that, how to perform that order. We engaged some experts, equipment, a lot of diesel generators. They helped us. Well, international partners helped us a lot. Equipment that was about pump stations, and we could do it in such a way that in several key areas in the city, we can provide water even if there is no electric power. And that was confirmed when in May, two missiles hit the transformator subunits, and there was no electric power in several districts of Lviv, and the fire brigades had to go there and to put down the fire, and it had to be done very quickly. 10 minutes later, they started the diesel generator, started pumping the water. The fire brigades put the fire off, and the emergency was taken care of. And that was the first stage that we have done for situations, for emergencies, if there is no electric power. Now, as regards in general how the city is prepared for the heating season, I would break it down into three different stages. The first one is when we have gas, when we have electric power, as the situation is today. All the networks, all the buildings are ready for the heating season completely. The second situation is when we do not have electric power. That's an important issue, and today we have worked it out, and together with our partners and with other units, we have taken care of this issue, and we decided that first, if there is no electric power, so there is no natural gas. Therefore, we need to have the heating points working, and we have them. We have 14 schools that can be heated by logs. Then we have administrative buildings. They have their own boilers, which can be re-equipped during 2 days, because they're now using natural gas, and they can start using, after 2 days, logs, wood. So we're ready for such a scenario. Yet another thing, we have schools, and in schools they have gyms that can also be used as places to heat people. Next one, stoves. This is not the usual approach. These are metal stoves that today our utilities can manufacture. The Teplo and Arrow, the water utility, Lviv Electrotrans, they manufacture such stoves. So in a situation where we don't have either gas or electric power, we could still use them in the shelters. Yet another thing, we have had very many Zoom meetings, very many briefings with different kinds of buildings and the residents of those buildings, so that they would buy metal stoves and install them, put them in the shelters. It is important that they buy it now and install them. Why? Because now we still have some time to get ready for such emergencies. It's not so difficult to buy a stove and to put it somewhere. No, but we are now working with the heads of those multi-residence building blocks, so that they would install such stoves in every shelter, bomb shelter. Some people are asking us, can we have installed them or can we not? Yes, you can. Yes, there are fire safety rules of 2014 that say that in emergencies, in exceptional circumstances, one can install metal stoves in the cellars. And there are certain conditions as to how they can be installed. This is important because, in fact, people should have a place where they can get warm. And when there is such a stove, first of all, they can get warm in the shelters. And second, they can use it to cook food. And that's very important because remember, when the war started, on the 24th of February, people didn't have any gas, didn't have any electricity. So what they did, they would take those gas stove or even sometimes some steel drums, steel tanks, and they would get warm by putting those drums not far from the buildings. Now we can do it correctly and within the law. Yet another thing, an interesting thing, we have already put some kind of more stoves. Okay, we'll put a metal stove, we put bricks around it, and it's a kind of a different kind of stove, which gives much more warmth around where people can get warm. Now we already have such things. We have already purchased many metal stoves. At the moment, they're being installed there. So in this an unusual way, we're getting ready for the heating season. One more thing. It's very important. If you don't have natural gas, but you have electric power, that's also an important thing, and you have to get ready for it. That's the third area for which the city of Lviv is getting ready. First of all, you have to look at the internal building electric networks, because you know that when the building is built, it has a certain load, right? Since the very beginning, when it is built, there is some electric load for every building. So when there is no gas and people start using electric appliances, there may be an overload. So it's important that internal electric networks work properly. We have to examine them now. That's what we're doing, building by building, for the boards, electric boards, to be in good quality, and especially the electric the devices that can turn the electric power off if there is a threat of fire. We also need to examine every building to check all those electric boards, switchboards, to make sure whether all of these things are ready for winter. We're checking all of these things, and this is extremely important. One more thing, we're talking to the residents. We're telling them what they should do. If we have scenario number one, when everything is right, scenario number two, scenario number three. We have printed such booklets, how to prepare yourselves for a difficult winter. And it has some very good pieces of advice. And those booklets, we have them at the centers for administrative services, at the district administration, and every resident can take such a booklet and get some advice, read it and use it. And in fact, what my colleague just said, that is very important so that people would not be indifferent, so that we could get this information to them, and so that they would accept this information, so that they would do what we advise them. We advise them to buy electric appliances, to make their windows stronger, so that there is insulation in the buildings. Here you have all those pieces of advice, and it's important. In every city today, the situation will be different. Every city or town is getting for the heating season in different ways, but it's important so that people care, that they're not indifferent, and together we would all get together and survive this winter, which is going to be difficult and very unusual. This way, it's very important to have proper communication between the authorities and the residents. And it's important to have a bridge of trust of the residents to the authorities, and the authorities would be able to deliver this information home. So I wish us all that we go through this winter, we survive, that people get heating in their apartments and their houses, and that we all together, and here we have mayors and heads of territorial communities, so all of us would be able not to allow anyone to freeze, to think about three different scenarios. And I wish you all to have a lot of warmth in your hearts and souls, and victory to all of us. Thank you, Irina. Can we still give the floor to anybody else, or do we have no time at all? Well, okay. I want to thank all the panelists. I want to ask Alexandra Lysenko, Yuri Bova for your pardon, because we don't have any more time to get you on the air. And just some experience in several towns that have their solar units, Trostanets, a number of others. Most solar stations, they were built in such a way that start working with the network. As soon as there is no 220 volts in the networks, the solar unit would stop. And that was the situation in Slavutich, where they had, 400 kilowatt worth of solar panels on the roofs, but they could not even turn their phones on. So it's important to put inverters before this winter that would be able to work autonomously, and that would give us a certain electric power. Well, I see that Yuri Bova is going to kill me now. And the question is, who's going to kill me first, Olena or Yuri, for complying with the time frame? Yuri, I have to say I'm very sorry. Well, at least I can give you 30 seconds so you say your words of welcome to all the participants, and then we'll have to leave. Good afternoon to all the participants. I'm sorry because I could not come. I know many of you. I'm happy to see all the mayors. You know, this perhaps is the biggest joy we've had in this recent time, that we can meet again and we can discuss how we can build our Ukraine. We will definitely build it better. Sumy and Trostenets are on guard of our land. Together with the armed forces of Ukraine, we believe in our victory, and all the issues that we have, definitely will find solutions to them. Of course, it would be very good if our solar plant would turned on, because Germans could not be able to turn them on for the past 2.5 years. I would ask the government to help us with that, because that would provide electric power to our community. Thank you, Yuri. Thank you to all the participants. Please. Well, I have told you about how Lviv is getting ready for the heating season, but I didn't tell you about the problems that I would like us to be resolved on the central level. There is the methodology for calculating the tariff difference. It is effective now, but the mayors know that inside this methodology, it doesn't say about a possibility to compensate for the funds that is used to replenish the budget funds of our utilities. That's why I know that there is a resolution of the Cabinet of Ministers, or rather a draft, that should be adopted somewhere very quickly, and I would very much like it to be adopted soon, which allows one to compensate for the tariff difference, to pay it to the utilities. If the cities have helped the utilities and have replenished the statutory capitals of the utilities. So this money could also be compensated for them. That's why I have a request. It's a very good program called Warm House. Unfortunately, it's not working now. There are problems with energy efficiency fund. There are problems with the banks that do not give out any loans. I would ask the central government to discuss this issue, to think about how they can ensure, or how can it stimulate the banks that they would give out loans. What should be done so that the energy efficiency program would work. And if we start insulating houses, and it works very well, 39 houses have been completely insulated thanks to this program. 283 loans have been received for 242 million hryvnias. That's a lot. And then we can save the money, we can save the energy resources. So my request is the program will start working so people can get loans, especially multi-apartment houses. The city of Lviv is getting ready for the heating season. In 5 boiler houses, we have put them heat pumps, which allows us to save 2 million cubic meters of gas. And that's 19 million hryvnias a year. So thank you for giving me a chance to say that. Okay, in that case, as we have stolen time from everybody, then Alexander Lysenko, if you're still with us, it would not be fair if we don't give you the floor, please. We don't hear you. Good afternoon, everybody. The city of Sumy is also with you. Yuri said that the situation is complicated. We're close to the state border, but we're holding up. As regards the situation with heating, we now have just one problem. We are getting ready, to buy some coal for Ukrvugilya, because we need to be able to buy this coal within the amounts that have been allowed to us, because after those 3 months, we are now ready to use the coal to be produced in Ukraine. We no longer are using anthracite coal, thanks to the utility that is giving heat to 80% of our city. But at the moment, we only have 20% of coal in the stocks. That's why we would ask the central government that the deliveries of coal would be resumed. We're also getting ready. Tomorrow at the session, probably we will also make a decision where we would adopt yet another big boiler house in the city. We will launch it so that both boiler houses could heat all of the city separately. We also plan for, as regards healthcare, the generators, as the other mayors have said, we plan all kinds of alternative solutions. I think that we will be treating very to do everything, to provide heating to all the houses. I hope we will be able to do that, and everything should be fine. All the best to everyone, and most importantly, a lot of victory to all of us. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you to all the participants of the panel. We could have a separate panel with each of you. We can have a separate discussion with each of you, because you are all sources of very good experience and good ideas. We, of course, hope that all of our areas on the border, Kharkiv, Sumy, Mykolaiv, Donetsk region, Odessa, Kramatorsk, Kherson, may we all succeed, so that next year we can have this forum in a much more jovial climate. Thank you all for participation. Thank you, Stanislav. Thanks to all the panelists. We immediately proceed to the final part before lunch. Please, can we have the head of Nats Ukraine, Natalia Ilyushina? And we have agreed that she would very briefly, because she has another event where she's going to participate. So you know that we are now discussing the amendments to the law on service in the local authorities. We have 15 minutes of this kind of express communication. I immediately have a question to you. We are now in this virtual studios where we have many mayors. The issue we started discussing with the first session with the Speaker of the Parliament, with the Office of the President. And the question is, how are you going to regulate remuneration, the pay in particular for the employees of the educational area, of culture area? So what are the initiatives? What can you do for this separate front, which is the cities in the new law? So you can tell us more about that, please.
Greetings, everyone, dear colleague. Greetings, esteemed Andriy. Thank you for the invitation and thank you for the question. The question embeds the principles of the service in the self-governance institutions and part of the answer. So to begin with, people, the professionals are dedicated and committed, and the local self-governance officials prove it daily through their hard work for their communities, often in the most dire of conditions. In some territorial communities, people welcome the IDPs and are supporting them with all they need, whilst others try to recover life after occupation when the relaunch institution assures safety and security for the people. As for the incentives, then definitely they need to have the support and encouragement, financial remuneration, and their pay has to be fair. And this is a matter that was most controversial as we prepared the draft law on the service in the local self-governance institutions. Believe me, we will offer a novel approach to remuneration of the local self-governance official. There's a provision about the components of the remuneration and the procedure. And this also has dealt away with excessive administration of the payroll. At the same time, our committee will continue the discussion involving all the Ukrainian Association of the local self-governance institutions, and we rely on a consolidated decision that will be comprehensive, that will be consistent with the spirit of the law and the best practices of the EU. Equally, we have another important prerequisite to bear in mind. The war has indicated that unity is a key prerequisite. Our organizational culture is decisive. And now I'm discussing the values upheld by the local self-governance. People know that their contribution will be decisive. So now we need to build up the managerial skills of the community leaders. People need support, people need leadership. So I'm now urging the leaders to support communication, to remember effective communication and effective personnel management. It is equally important to assure access for all the people, as we will have many people who will have disabilities after the war. So we have to ensure a barrier-free environment access for all the people. People will need a lot of support. Now we're waiting for the draft law to be enacted. Is a 6504 draft, and we are now already thinking of the methodology that can help the local self-governance institutions right now. So as soon as June, we have approved the guidance for dealing with the conflict of interest. In the local self-governance, we have to focus on dealing with conflict, and there are many factors that might trigger conflict these days, and the human resources have to put their skills to use to channel the conflict into the right productive course. And we will also wait for our colleagues to return from the front, and we have to be most supportive of them. So this is why we have the guidance in place about the procedure for the adaptation of our officials returning from the front. The guidance was developed consistently in consultations with the local self-governance experts. They belong to our Council for Human Resources. They are winners of the best human resources practices. And these simple steps, seemingly simple steps, can help us bring in more people to want to work for self-governance, especially the young generation. We have solid values, we have an attractive culture, and still we need to be vigilant and make sure we do capacity development, talent development of the existing staff, and this can be your competitive advantage. Natalia, we have one more question we would like to pose to you. We have a lot of representatives of the communities in here that, without exaggeration, have been working around the clock before the 24th, and moreover, since, as we have the leaders of the regional cities, and Mykolaiv had stated that there were just 33 days where the city of Mykolaiv has not been bombed. These people showed incredible responsibility as they operate the critical infrastructure. We know that they might be already tired, but still there's a long way ahead of us. But the resilience of people working in critical infrastructure has inspired so many. So my question is, how can we measure effectiveness, as there are people who showed an incredible burden? There are others who have a lesser responsibility, and we know that everything is driven by the people and people-centered. So we can say it's a question of key performance indicators and how will they be reflected in the upcoming changes. Thank you. This is a very relevant question. Now that we are discussing assessments of all kinds and evaluations, the key performance indicators as a term have been broadly discussed, and it's applicable in a variety of contexts, in a variety of times, and the indicators will vary depending on the environment, depending on the social context. So such key performance indicators can be sustainable operation of the council, executive agencies. I keep going back to the draft law. that was drafted together with the All-Ukrainian Association of Local Self-Governors. We brought in the MPs, the academia, the government officials, and it has its own approach to measuring the effectiveness indicators. And this also goes for the assessment of performance, depending on the goals and the key performance indicators. According to the draft law, the evaluation is a tool of human resource management. It's aimed to ensure interaction between the managed unity to plan for the upcoming year, to identify some reference points to be considered. It's about monitoring and critical analysis of the goals of the officials and their overall contribution to the effective operation of the institution. Still, such evaluation should bring its own outcomes. If a public official should have a positive or negative or excellent assessment, it should be well justified. It has to be a joint planning process, and those that were evaluated highly can stand for promotion within the local self-governance within their category. But this promotion or reassignment will always be made based on the professional competence, professional qualification, and other requirements. Surely those getting the best evaluation can be incentivized, and this draft law provides for the incentives to be put in place. Those have been assessed negatively will not be incentivized throughout the year and will not be awarded the next rank. The draft law provides that we will still need to iron out the procedure. The assessment of the self-governance official should be done according to the typical procedure to be developed by the national agency, and the assessment procedure of their performance shall be approved by the relevant council. And finally, I would like to say just a couple of words. Let me finish with what I started with to answer your question, that service is always about the people and for the people. And this should be our cornerstone as we strive for the most capable, resilient local self-governance and public service. I'm most grateful for your attention. I have to start my panel. Today, we are having the Richelieu Forum, and I'm waiting for Mayor Bova to join us. Yuri, I'm waiting for you to join us for our panel. Thank you, Natalia. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Dear colleagues, so we concluded the first section of the forum. We shall have some time from 2 to 3 o'clock for some refreshments. It's going to be just in the next adjacent room. And those who have this quick snack will have time to join the discussion with the Secretary for National Security and Defense, Alexei Danilov, at 14:20, and this is going to happen through Zoom in the park audience. We resume at 3 o'clock in here. The question is, how will the city support Ukrainians in the context of war? Thanks, everyone. Till we meet very soon.
Також, колеги, ми ще зараз виведемо ролик в підтримку, дякуючи фонду Ганса Зайделя, який допомагає, власне, організовувати форум.
We are also uploading a video in support of Hans Seidel Foundation, which is helping support this event.
Раз, два.
Раз.
Alexei, good day to you. Can you hear us well? Yes, I can hear you all right. We can hear you well. Thank you very much for finding this opportunity to talk to us. We are connecting you from the Ukrainian Catholic University, where the forum, the traditional forum of self-governance is being held today. We have a lot of representatives of local self-governance amongst us, including the mayors and the self-governance officials from all over Ukraine. And amongst us, we have students of the Ukrainian Catholic universities of different majors who will also have a chance to talk to you. And we are most grateful for the opportunity given to us. So, considering the topic discussed today is local self-governance, I would like to start this conversation with you with this very topic. The war is invariably stressful for all and each of us. And the war is invariably stressful for the institutions, both public and social and academic. The war is invariably stressful for the local self-governance. All the institutions weathered the stress differently. Some were in dire stress situation. Today, the Minister Chernyshov showed us the map of Ukraine, where the country is divided into 4 blocks. The regions where the hostilities are in operation, the central part of Ukraine, the northern deoccupied part, and the western Riga part. And all the villages and towns and cities had a varying experience of the war. Can you draw any inferences already about the self-governance in Ukraine and during the test, the stress that it had taken? Can we already make some conclusions? So what has shown the strength of local self-governance, and have you seen any weaknesses that we need to address today and when we recover after the war? Greetings, dear colleagues. Thank you for the invitation to this esteemed event. Let me start by saying that, unfortunately, in the years of the modern period of independence, we have not developed a resilient self-governance system, and we are only beginning to tackle this objective, although we should have started doing it back in the 90s of the past century, resulting from a prolonged occupation of the Russian Federation, which dominated over Ukraine. Within the Soviet Union, we inherited the Soviet system of governance, including local self-governance, and it dominated for a while. Only once the law on decentralization was enacted, we started forming communities, and this was the first step towards resilient communities that we can see in the EU that we are all moving to. As for the stress during the hot war, we've had a war with the Russian Federation for many years, but this hot phase, which started on the 24th of February, I can say that the overwhelming majority of local self-governance, community leaders, the local councillors, the institutions working locally, reporting to these institutions, have flawlessly performed their functions. We did have a few collaborators in a number of areas, but I would not say that the local self-governance institutions collaborated in mass. This would not be true. This has proved to be the most resilient and viable institutions in our country. That is my answer in a nutshell to your first question. Thank you. For the sake of the audience, I would like to say that I have a few questions prepared, and I might have some others, and I'm urging you to formulate your questions and use this opportunity to engage with Oleksiy Danilov. So we are seeing that in the deoccupied territories, and with the success of the Ukrainian armed forces, we'll have ever more deoccupied territories. We're in for military deoccupation, but also we need to reintegrate the territories. I tried recalling whether there were any similar precedents following World War II, where these processes were massive, and I only recalled the deoccupation of Croatia, part of Croatia. So we don't have many precedents to draw on. We don't have many lessons learned to use. Shall we formulate our own unique tool set? Or can you give us some parallels, the way we're going to reintegrate the formerly occupied territories, and what difficulties and challenges we are bound to face in the near future? Let us talk the following. As for deoccupation, the Croatian experience isn't quite relevant. I would lean towards the experience of 1991, when the Baltic states liberated themselves from the occupation of the Soviet Union, and they did so flawlessly. And the three countries are now living an effective life as EU members and NATO members. Unfortunately, when we broke free of the Soviet occupation in 1891, at different territories, the duration of occupation was different. But in 1991, unfortunately, we haven't used our chance to the same extent as the Baltic countries did. We kept the occupier troops in our country, and that is in Sevastopol, in Crimea. We haven't purged the countries that were responsible for security during the Soviet era. They just changed their signs at the entrance. And what's happening is the repercussion of all the inadequacies, all the failings that we made starting in 91, when we haven't built a new country. We followed the inertia, and the big war we have on our territory is a consequence of our failing to do what we should have done. But the experience we're gaining today is the price we have to pay in lives of our people for our independence has to give us a chance to build an algorithm to prevent it. It's our chance to build a modern democratic state, and the people, the young people particularly present here, will make the most of it and deal with these challenges. At the forum, we have broadly discussed the powers of the local authorities, and clearly, at times of war, a lot of powers that are traditionally vested in the local self-governance are vested in the military administrations. And another case, when we deoccupied some of the territories back in 2014, we thought it was all clear to everyone, and people were aware where the threat was emanating from. And despite the initial stress that we have endured in 2014, the pro-Russian views, the pro-Russian local activists still were elected democratically. Now, we might think that this would never happen again. As of today, we think that this would never happen again, that it's finally clear for everyone. So how can we strike a balance between the right of the people on all territories to elect their government and the prevention of the re-advent of the people who have the potential ability to collaborate should the enemy come again. The democracy has its pitfalls, and it has to be admitted that in a democratic institution, different parties can be involved, but our prerequisite for preventing it from happening again is the strict adherence to the Ukrainian constitution and the Ukrainian legislation. And if we do so faithfully, we will not have the trouble that we faced after the election 2014, 2019. Let me elaborate. Currently, we have the law on the political parties. The law on the political parties clearly stipulates the structures, the party structures. However, the evaluation has not been done properly, and we've seen some political projects and not political parties spring up as mushrooms, and because of the substantial funding of the Russian Federation, they have proliferated. They were now banned through the decision of the National Security Defense Council and then the decision of the court. So we haven't cleansed our system from the moles and the rats embedded here back in the 90s, back in the 200s. And these moles came in three waves. The first wave came after the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 91. Then there was a situation in 98 when in Donetsk a certain dominance was established of the pro-Russian structures, and a lot of them came here. And then in 2004, during the presidential elections, in the summer of 2004, very many of them infiltrated in here, and many of them are still putting up a false face and teaching us our ways. So we have to do our job clearly, but keep cleansing and cleansing this scum that has come to our land.
I think
that after this war, nobody would have any doubt that the so-called pro-Russian projects do not have the right to exist in this country. To follow up on the last question in this area, recently you were interviewed by Natalia Maseychuk, and you said one thing that became quite popular. Let me quote you, then clarify something and ask you for expanding on it. You were asked about how we will have to try to find common understanding with the residents of the future deoccupied territories. And primarily, the question was about the deoccupied areas of Donetsk, Luhansk, Oblast, and Crimea. You were asked about how we can find mutual understanding with them. And you said that we do not have to find any understanding with them, and they have to find it with us. My question to you is, where do you think this line is between us and them today? In other words, where is the line between forced collaboration? Because we understand that sometimes it's an issue of survival, and intended cooperation, in other words, criminal cooperation. How can one feel this line correctly and to do everything correctly after the occupation? Look, I've already answered this question to Natalia. I do not understand why this question is asked. And my response is not kind of a rigid, it's just a clear understanding of the processes. In the territory of the country, we have the constitution and the laws of the country. If they are adopted, if you comply with the laws of Ukraine and the constitution, then you are a citizen of the country. If you do not want to live according to those laws and the constitution, and I said that the world is big, you can go to any place in the world and there do your business, live like you want. Just imagine that some of you can find yourselves abroad and you would say, I don't like the constitution of the country where I'm staying or the laws of this country. But this is absurd. And when someone starts proposing to us that, okay, maybe you can change something because we do not like it, then it doesn't work like that. It's not democracy. And we have to very clearly understand one thing. Those people who do not like our country, the world is big. You can go wherever you want. We're not going to hold on to you. But the ones who are staying in our territory have to live by our laws, by our constitution, and by the legal acts that this country has, period. There can be no alternative, because otherwise we would have the same consequences that we have in the summer. Well, I meant the situation in the currently occupied territories because of the processes that have been sped up lately, and a colleague today, colleagues from some communities under occupation told us that until recently it was possible for people to leave. It was difficult, but still people could leave the occupied territories for Ukraine. Today, they have stopped letting people out. Men in the age group between 18 and 35, and we understand that it all looks that they will be somehow by force called into the occupation forces. We have heard advice from the government saying that they have to try to leave those territories as quickly as possible to avoid being drafted. So, that's just kind of a situation where people have to make a choice. Well, there is nothing I can add. The only thing for you to understand, if a certain person has found oneself in those forces, armed forces, and not voluntarily, first of all, the person should never fire in the direction of our army and then immediately surrender as soon as one can have. Then one would have guarantees that one's life would be protected. However, if they behave differently, well, let me emphasize again, we have our laws, and it would be too late to say, no, we have not been warned. Nobody told us. It cannot work like that. Colleagues, we still have 10 minutes. If you have any questions, please go ahead. Mr. Danilov, I'm Arsen, and I study political science. My question is it possible after the war to introduce the status of a non-citizen in Ukraine? The status of non-citizen, like what you have in Latvia, for example, a gray passport. Please, can you speak louder? The question is whether you think that, whether you can consider the option of introducing the status of non-citizens in Ukraine, like they did it in Baltic countries. I understand the status for the people who are not ready, we are not ready to give them citizenship, or they have rejected this citizenship, so a kind of a transition period. Well, we have this understanding. We have citizens without citizenship. We have people who are not citizens of any country, and this regulated by the laws, not all our laws. They have a separate special procedure. Now, as regards the idea about whether we have to introduce that in the territory of the country, well, we have this provision. If a person rejects citizenship, so one would be a person without citizenship. We have a question from Alexander. Good afternoon. The mayor of Skadovsk. Skadovsk is under occupation now. And clearly, There are some people who have behaved like collaborators. Unfortunately, well, I understand that not everyone will be prosecuted, not everyone will be punished, but people see that now those people who walk around and who propagate Russian world, they keep getting Ukrainian pensions and Ukrainian social benefits. Is it possible to introduce a mechanism of sanctions on the suggestion of the local authorities for such persons? This would, alleviate the budget, and they will show the people that the government is fighting such people. May them later, take you to the courts, but I, as a mayor, I would definitely, identify a dozen of such persons, and they will no longer get such benefits. Well, we have to understand that here we have to have proper facts to establish those processes. Well, I completely agree that people who collaborate with the occupational regime, who actively participate in the preparation of the referenda, they would have all to be documented. And if you share information about these people, we would definitely do it in such a way that their life would not be sweet, that they would not get any wages, let's say, from the occupiers, and additionally will be getting Ukrainian pensions or other social benefits. Ruslan Martsin, Kyiv, the mayor of Ivano-Frankivsk. Another problem I'd like to bring up. First of all, I want to thank you for your work with the prisoners of war, our boys and girls. Yesterday, many of them were returned to Ukraine, but still, three categories of people address the mayors. First, the families of those who died, and this process is very lengthy with the recognition of a person. People are waiting for months, for one status of the person died in hostilities, and something should be done about that because their families, they come to us. The other question is the families of those missing in war. And yes, criminal cases have been initiated. They are interviewing the witnesses, but perhaps there can be some kind of a procedure as to how much time a person should be considered missing in action, and how this person can eventually get some kind of a status and protection from the government. And the third is that we have to continue working about the prisoners of war, because clearly many of our soldiers, boys and girls, are still prisoners, and they have been captured. And I want to thank you for doing this. But of course, we would like to see more and more prisoners of war come back. Now, as regards bringing them back, it's a very difficult and very minute work, and I keep advocating as little attention to these processes by the media as possible. What we managed to do yesterday, this kind of a swap, was only, thanks to the impeccable work of all the institutions engaged. I really want to thank them. And this issue is still very much, at the desk of the president. And I think that sometime later we will have more good news when our prisoners would go back, our heroes, our boys and girls who unfortunately are now in the hands of the occupiers. That's number one. Number two, as regards, Mr. Mayor, the fact that people come to see, well, that's your job. That's every mayor should, listen to all of them, help them as much as you can. Now, as regards the situations you mentioned, that's more of a question for the cabinet of ministers, but I'm sure that with the head of the military and civil administration, you can discuss these issues. We will now pay attention to this issue. Let me just focus once again that these are the people that should be somehow well developed. Well, I don't think somebody is trying to slow down these processes. Now, as regards the situation with the people who have disappeared, this is a little bit more difficult because we have to understand that, well, if there are any witnesses who can confirm how it happened, when it happened, and there are some documents, because now recognizing a person as a missing without a proper investigation would even be dangerous, because sometime later this person can come back and we may have not a very correct situation. That's why our authorities would first have to develop or to carry out all the proper procedures, and only after that we can make the decisions to recognize a person as a missing, as a person who has disappeared, and not vice versa. You have a question? Alexei, I want to thank you for your participation in this forum. I'm Alexandra Lashenko. I am professor of the Department of Management and Organizational Development of the Ukrainian Catholic University. But a short preamble why I want to ask you this question that will rather look like a request. In terms of talking to the students who are with us in this room, let me remind you one story from your life, extraordinary life, of course, when in the early year 2000, you were a professor at the Department of Management of Volodymyr Dal East Ukrainian University. And there was a gap between your work and my work there for a year. But for many years, many more years, I heard from the students how good your lectures had been. And the question is, let's imagine that the territory of Luhansk has been deoccupied, and in view of your huge experience and the colossal work, because in fact I could see what happened when you were the local mayor and the head of the local authorities, and in view of the colossal work for which I really want to thank you at your position of the Secretary of the National Security Defense Council, imagine that you have been invited to Luhansk so that you would become an advisor to the democratically elected mayor, and that you would talk to the students who would study there in the deoccupied territory. So that's a brief masterclass. I would just very much like all the students who are now studying this unique specialty that is the ethics and aesthetics of economy. What would you say to them? All right, let's start with the beginning of your question. I cannot say that I was an extraordinary professor or that I was better than anybody else working at the university at that time. The only thing I can say, my approach is I always talk about life. If you talk to students about life, if whatever you are talking about is related to your life, it's easier for the students to understand what it's all about. Maybe I was not a standard instructor, because with the experience of a manager that I had, I wanted to share with the students. There are some simple rules. The thing is that life is given to us just once, and we have to understand that you cannot just spend it idly, because we are a continuation of who we communicate with, and it's very important who students communicate with, our young people. And if this communication allows them to develop and helps them find answers to many questions, it would be much easier for you to keep moving. And if this communication becomes too simple, on an everyday, superficial level, that means you're just losing your time. That can eventually cost you a lot. Now, as regards what I would say to the students, lectures, meetings, I'm ready at any time to provide this, because there is such a thing as experience, and you cannot acquire experience. You cannot buy it in a store. You cannot get it by mail. It's only life that gives you this experience. And the more one lives one's life, the more different events happen, the more experience one has. The most important thing is to share this experience with in all possible ways. That's the key and fundamental prerogative. But this experience should definitely be shared, because you know that I have talked a lot to my grandfather, my grandma. What they told me became useful to me in my life many times. So this sharing experience, sharing, life values is a very important thing. If anyone ever invites me, I would be happy to talk to any audience in Luhansk or in Lviv or in any other city to share the experience, because I don't have so much experience. I'm only 60 years old, but what I have, I'm ready to share it. Thank you for already sharing this experience of yours with us. We know your colleagues from your office have asked us to already end it up. We understand you have a tense agenda. The very last question. Sorry, we have to finish. So the last question. We hear a lot now about different visions of the victory, the parameters of the Ukrainian victory from Alexei Danilov. I have three parameters for our victory. We have the big victory. The big victory is when we see defragmentation of the Russian Federation. And when this monster next to us disappears from the map and its current borders, for me and for all of us, that would be the great victory, so that they would stop ever wishing to put their nose into other people's land. There is the victory when we get back to our borders of 1991, when we can free our land from all the occupiers and take the last prisoner back home so that they would be back in our land. That would be another big victory so that the war would be over. And there is the big victories when we can build our country. We're just starting to work on it. And unfortunately, the builders that we have had here for 30 years, most of them just cared about the money. And this is inadmissible when you're working, when you're trying to build your country, when you look some 10, 50, 30 years ahead, and when you make your decisions, with this kind of a time frame in your mind, then you're a statesman. And it's then that we will have our big victory with our great victory for the great country. Thank you for having found good your time for it. We will definitely applaud you, applaud Mr. Danilov. We wish you fruitful work for you and for us working in this area that you have just described to us. Thank you. Glory to Ukraine. Glory to the heroes.
Чи в нас є вже підключені онлайн?
So, do we have online connection? We are looking forward to connecting Lutsk and Khmelnytsky. Good day, Lutsk is with you. Greetings. We are working on the sound so that the audience can hear the speaker. Can you hear me all right? Yes, it's working. So we do have the connection. Do we have Alexander Sanchishin? Do we have Alexander with us? Okay, hopefully he'll be joining us soon. So then, without further ado, let's be getting started, as I have a very difficult task. I have 60 minutes and 60 esteemed speakers, so my key function will be interrupting you. I beg your pardon in advance. So to begin, let us start tackling the question that might be somewhat provocative, as we want this to be a very lively discussion on one hand. On the other hand, we have a very esteemed audience in here, and we don't need to elaborate, and we don't have to mince words, but talk straight about the instruments and tools we have at our disposal, because the topic of this panel is about cities supporting Ukrainians in the context of war. So let us discuss the best practices that have evolved in the Ukrainian communities, the instruments that were put to good use and that have helped us cope with the challenges of the wartime. Challenges faced by the internally displaced people and the challenges for the hosting communities, according to the International Migration Organization. We have over 6.5 million of internally displaced people as of July. And accordingly, this is a massive number. It's mind-boggling numbers, considering that 30% of these people have been displaced for the second or even third time already. It's about internal migration. So, therefore, I would like to pose a question to all of our panel speakers. The IDPs, or the internally displaced people, for you, is it a moral duty, is it a social burden, or is it an asset to boost your community development? Please choose one option, or you can choose the fourth option. No answer. So let's start with Ruslan, if we may. Good day. Glory to Ukraine, glory to our heroes. It's all of that. It is a responsibility and a social responsibility and much else. Ivano-Frankivsk is special in that we have hosted and allowed the lion's share of the IDPs. We often received the IDPs like Lviv at the railway station, and then we had to send them onwards. So my answer is all of the above. Attack is in contrast to the peace and quiet that we seek, and this evacuation wave going from east to west has shaken all the places in Ukraine, big or small. So I know that the IDPs are an opportunity for their communities, are a social challenge. It's about accountability, it's about being human. Volodymyr. Greetings, dear colleagues. Thank you for the chance to partake in this important discussion. And thank you for the very interesting question. My answer is, for small communities of the West or center, it is a great opportunity and a great objective so that the Ukrainians from the occupied territories could stay with us, if for a while. For Cherkiv, it is a number one challenge to keep the IDPs, prevent them from going to Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, or Ternopil, but stay with us. And moreover, we want to keep them from going to Europe. And this is the number one objective for our team. And Ivan, definitely, our community find ourselves under hostilities, under bombing, and our duty was to host the people. We have 115,000 population, and we had 16,000 IDPs. It was our moral duty, and we felt we had to welcome our fellow Ukrainians and be the first to give them aid and then help them. I don't think it is a burden. I feel it is our duty. Let's check. The city joining us online. Irena from Lutsk. Once again, good day to all of you. As for Lutsk territorial community, as a regional city, we have merged function, and it's been a challenge, a duty, and a responsibility. Compared to bigger cities like Lviv, Lutsk and Volhynia region have been through times when we did not have many IDPs in the beginning, or we were just a passage point for them on their onwards travel to Poland. Just a few of them stayed on in Lutsk compared to the population of the city, as the proximity of the Belarusian border did not give peace to us or the IDPs who were still concerned. Many IDPs choose to stay in bigger regional centers and are reluctant to stay on in smaller towns. So together with all the communities, we have to work hand in hand to welcome them warmly, to equip them with what they need and help those who've been afflicted the worst. So what's your option? Moral duty, social burden, or an asset to boost your development? I believe all of the above applies if we talk about our community. They say that Khmelnytsky is still joining us, so we'll ask them a bit later, and we'll have Alexander Simchishin with us in a while. So now I would like to give 5 minutes for each speaker to discuss your best practices of helping the IDPs. So if we could start with the question how you assessed their needs, how you monitored their situation, how did you collect their feedback? And this is not just about the humanitarian support, but if we discuss the more difficult challenges about integration, socialization, and other challenges that came afterwards. We need to talk numbers. At peak times, we had 68,000 IDPs who were staying on Ivano-Frankivsk, and this was March, April, perhaps the beginning of May. Now, there are 35,000 people who are staying on Ivano-Frankivsk. Is that much or not? That's every ninth. If you go into the hairdressers or a shop, there'd be an IDP in there. And we need to bear that in mind. From day one, the Center for Administrative Services has become a center for the support of the armed forces of Ukraine and of the support for the IDPs. The schools took the first blunt, and they hosted the people who needed shelter for a night, for a day, for a week, and colossal effort was done in this regard. Then we're happy to see different organizations and centers spring up that have organized a community of the IDPs. So there is a center, Je suis Mariupol, Je suis Kherson, Je suis Luhansk region. there are over 20 civil society organizations working together, and we have set up a coordination council to bring them together, as they know best what's needed on the ground. And we need to stay in touch with the communities staying in us, because the occupied communities still exist, and some of them are staying on in Frankivsk and other cities of our region. Their mayors, communities, they have their budget, and we need to bring that together, as they know the needs best and they need the problems best. Another issue is relocation of universities, as a number of universities relocated to Ivano-Frankivsk, and they're hosted by the operating universities. We've welcomed Kherson, Luhansk, University of Interior, and they are seeking platforms to host them. And that poses an opportunity as the academics, the professors, the teachers come to us. There are 62 relocated cities in Ivano-Frankivsk town that are operating, that are running a business, including a number of important ones like the Zaporizhia plant for color metals. And I'm overjoyed to see this kind of cooperation. Every Friday, we have a Business Friday event that we started before the war, and I visit the newly relocated companies, and I deal and talk with the local companies. And there are two key challenges for the companies. It is the housing that they face, and it's long-term housing too. It's not the least kind of housing temporarily, and we need to conceive different solutions. There we are engaging with our European colleagues to tackle this issue. And the second issue we're seeing is the social infrastructure. It's about the children, the women, and they need a place in the kindergarten, in schools, in extracurricular activities. 2,600 IDP children studying in our schools. There are children studying online in their schools in the non-occupied territories, and this is a challenge that we keep dealing with. There are people that have to tackle these challenges, and employment as a challenge. We keep offering opening for the people, for them to start work. It might not be the best desirable job, but we keep offering jobs in our communal enterprises. We're using the employment center to help people socialize so that they can land jobs. Now the communal companies employ 328 IDPs. Is that much or not? I think it's a fairly good indicator, because that's only the communal enterprises taken independently. And I would like to thank the international partners, as they have supported us substantially. There are programs like NEFCO who are helping us repair and build housing. Ruslan, we have read during the first months about some conflicts that erupted in your city. You've deployed gentle Ukrainization. So how successful has it been, and what are some of the instruments that you used? The Ukrainian language courses, it's a problem there to stay, and we will live in permanent conflict for years to come. And this conflict is embedded, and we have to mitigate it. So it's very important to understand that Ukraine is a flowering field with a vast diversity of flowers, and people who've come to Ivano-Frankivsk have not always been aware of some things. Traditional people on Sunday attend church and pray, and the IDPs are used to working and doing some manual jobs. And this invariably creates social tension, as people don't work on Sundays, but choose it for prayer. You don't need to preach to the choir.
Як ви з цим працювали, так?
Тобто ми старалися якось,
And what did you do about that? Well, it's impossible to resolve this problem 100%. You need to talk. It's very important not to make a mistake. or it's important not to discriminate against people, like let's put them all into a certain district. No, they have to study in our schools, go to our kindergartens, and live in our districts. Then this integration would be natural. In fact, we have had this wave already in 2014 and 15. Even on Frankivsk, we had 2,500 internally displaced persons who stayed in Ivano-Frankivsk. Thank you. That was Ivano-Frankivsk. According to IOM, the biggest number of internally displaced persons was, hosted by, which region? Dnipropetrovsk. Well, we have a kind of a stereotype that it's mostly Western Ukraine, but not a single region of Western Ukraine is in the top 5 regions to host at most IDPs. So the question to Svetlana Spashova, your community is quite close to the front line. It's in between 3 regions. What is the situation with you? How do you work with the internally displaced persons, and are there any interesting instruments or practices that you have had? Yes, it is so. Talking about our community, before the full-scale invasion, we were a unique community because we're between 3 different regions. Oblast, this gave us good chances. We used it for the local economic development. As the situation is today, for us, our location is a huge challenge because since the very first days of the aggression, our life turned around. Because the first IDPs who came to us from Donetsk or Kharkiv or Zaporizhia Oblast or from Kherson region, they immediately went to Pokrovsk village council office. Many of them, had blankets around them. Some of them were brought there on stretchers, other in wheelchairs. There were children who were left without any food because their mothers, as a result of stresses, had left their breast milk. It was a picture that never stopped. It was 24/7. That's why we very quickly got focused, and we basically understand that all the internal displaced persons, they have their own needs and capacities. People who came to us without any documents, without clothing, and at that time it was -8 degrees centigrade. We had to take care of them. We identified the places where these people would stay. Some people would come to us in order to get some kind of a temporary shelter and then keep going further on. So they needed 2 or 3 days for a person to understand what they should do then. Many of them had their own cars, but as a rule, they would come without any money, so we would have to give them some gas so that the cars could keep moving. There were some internally displaced persons who were ready to stay with us, living in private houses, first rent the apartment. There were people who were ready to buy houses to stay with us. So these were the areas in which all the village council worked on, so that we would all understand the needs of the IDPs. And there were many people who had some chronic diseases, people with oncological diseases, people who were to be given dialysis. We realized that some of them were to be put in hospitals, and some were just, elderly, abandoned people who had been brought, from the cellars, and the military people would bring them and tell us, okay, these are the people who don't have any families, and we had to find, places, shelters for these people. That's how we worked. And we managed to do it because the authorities, volunteers, and the civil society, they joined their efforts, all of them, because without that, not a single local government could have managed it. And today I would like to use this opportunity to thank many of my colleagues from Chernivtsi, from Lviv, who were the first ones to give us assistance. Well, we didn't even have the time to ask for help, but the mayors would just call us. Some personally, some via their deputies, and proposed their assistance to us. Well, I'm very grateful to you for that. Besides, what made us happy is that all the Ukrainian Association of Amalgamated Communities, together with the Dobra program, the Ukrainian Swedish program, they started the initiative, a community to community. More than 300 communities received help, therefore. And we also realized that next to us, there was the city of Pole. And difficult as was for us, but we decided to help them with humanitarian assistance to our colleagues, because when I received a call from this mayor of Pole, who said that every day they're being shelled and they cannot get any foodstuffs or any hygiene products, there was no way that they could get anything. So we would send buses to them with whatever we could gather for help, because we realized that our situation was slightly better than that of our colleagues. Svetlana, what is the population of your community? And roughly, what do you think, how many IDPs you had in transit and the ones who have stayed? The population of our community is 21,000 persons. Now, talking about the internally displaced persons who came via our community or received our help, that's almost 60% of our population. And as the situation is today, how many have stayed? We only have those internally displaced persons who have decided to buy houses and who believe in their victory, who believe that they will quickly go back to Donetsk and Zaporizhia regions. Today we have 3,000 IDPs, 3,000 optimists. Yes, it's 3,000 optimists. Thank you very much. I'm sorry. We just have the agenda at the end. We will also ask you for your proposals to the resolution of the forum that you would like to propose in terms of the IDPs. And then I'm giving the floor to Volodymyr Shmatko, Kyiv mayor. Your situation, I think, is even more complicated because you have challenges related to security, because you were shelled, your community was hit, you had people, your residents who left you, there were many people who came to stay with you. How did you work? What did you do about all those challenges, in particular within the context of what Ruslan has mentioned, that the schools, in fact, were really overburdened, and how did you manage to prepare those schools for the new academic year? Thank you. Well, if I can, maybe you can show my presentation on the screen. But my colleague from Lutsk, I'm sorry if they show you my presentation. Dear colleagues, of course, we all face challenges. It's an interesting time, very complicated time, and we cannot estimate the price we're paying. But of course, after this situation, we will be much stronger. Small towns, small communities, that's a special category for local self-government, which I think, no insult intended to Ivano-Frankivsk or Uzhhorod, but we face more challenges than larger cities. Kyiv before the 11th of June and Kyiv after the 11th of June of this year are two different stories. Like any other town, when the war started, everyone started doing whatever one could. There was a lot of chaos, many IDPs. I have never seen so many smart, wise people who had come to Kyiv, professors, business people, IT experts from Severodonetsk, Kyiv, Donetsk, Bucha, Dnipro, unique people, doctors. What wonderful doctors came to us, to our hospital for 2 months. We looked at them with wide open mouths. For our town, when the problems, all of Ukraine was facing problems, but with us, we had such wonderful people. We asked the IDPs 25 questions. We wanted to understand the social profile of those people. 800 of them agreed to be polled. When we saw those diagrams, we realized that if it was not now, Kyiv would never have any more chance to make these people stay, because that would be our new development. There were different people coming from the urban territories, from the rural territories with different background, but they wanted to stay in Ukraine. Out of those 3,000, I think some 200 people wanted to stay. No, in Short Kyiv, 1,500 people wanted to stay in Short Kyiv. They didn't have any other place to go because they saw Donetsk and Luhansk region in a worse situation than Kyiv. And then we started building our strategy. I met many of them many times. You know, many of them at that time, I think 9 people started working at the city council, others at the hospital. And of course, the local people became a little jealous, and I suddenly faced a new challenge. Why those temporary Ukrainians are given more attention by the mayor? The assistance that we started receiving and giving to them. We had a huge hub. We were able to get, many cargoes coming from Europe, from the Twin Cities. Many of us went abroad to bring those things back home and to distribute them. For me, the most important thing was to make those people stay. Incidentally, my deputy is an IDP from Voznesensk, and I'm proud of Natalia Wojciechowska, who came to us from Voznesensk, who's working in Short Kyiv as a deputy mayor, and an architect from Izium. I was happy. I am very happy that Izium has been liberated, but I'm crying because she would go back to Izium. She's a wonderful architect. But this is our task. Now, what comes next? All right, we helped them, and we even had too many things. Then we sent some things to Trostianets, to Sumy, to Zaporizhia. Well, everyone did it. I'm not trying to, boast of our, heroic deeds. No, European twin cities, that was extremely important. When the mayor of Cannes from France came to Lviv, to Chernobyl, to Short Kyiv, and to Frankivsk, and that was the month of May of this year, he was not afraid. And I asked him to become, a twin city. He said, well, I'm too big. And he gave us Béziers, and the mayor of Béziers, Robert Benat, came twice to Short Kyiv in May and in September. They brought, all humanitarian assistance. Children gathered 120 tons of assistance. We shared it with other cities, the twin cities from Latvia, from Poland. The Polish cities started giving us furniture and equipment. From France, we received a whole truck of new TV sets and fridges and washing machines. All of this is good, but it's temporary. What next? And next, we were shelled. On the 11th of June, 4 caliber missiles hit Short Kyiv on Saturday evening. And so many cars that left Short Kyiv on that night, I had never seen them in my life. And the internal displaced persons, many of them also left Short Kyiv because they could not feel secure. And our women and children from Short Kyiv, they went to the United States, to their husbands who had been there for years, to the UK, to London, to Canada, to Poland, to other places. It's a new challenge for us. Our 590 children went away from Short Kyiv out of 3,000 persons. Why? Because the missiles hit Short Kyiv. Before the 11th of June, we felt secure. Then we received this new challenge, and the IDPs and our own people were leaving this small town for Lviv, for Frankivsk. Why? Because they can find jobs there. So my task is to stop this outflow, this migration crisis. We started writing all kinds of funds. We were able to get money, and I'm grateful to Yulia Shevchuk, to Nefko for 10 million euros that Melnitsky, Lviv, and Chernivtsi received at Short Kyiv as well. So we got almost 2 million euros. Now, the former school, we are rebuilding it to build it into smart apartments so that people would get housing there. Who would get it? Not everyone, because we see a trend. Until, we were giving people everything from big tents in the center of the city, people stayed with us. As long as we stopped giving them so much, so people went away. So you don't have to give people food, but rather a spoon so that they can feed themselves. we have invested some money into it, and primarily people who have found jobs in Kyiv would get housing there, accommodation there, people who are creating added value, people from Luhansk, from Donetsk regions who have nowhere to go back to, and families of the people whose husbands went to the war, to the front. It was also a difficult decision, but we already have two persons who, died in the front, born in Mariupol and Crimea, who were now buried in Kyiv. And we understand that those families of these people are our families now. And this accommodation, this housing would be for those people whose husbands and whose fathers went to the front to protect, to defend Ukraine. And there will be housing for those people who will start businesses here. So we now have separated the dormitory from the school, but there would be a dormitory in the school and the kindergarten. So for how many families would it be? 154 persons would live in that dormitory. We now have another project that has passed the UN test. That's our former hospital. We would also have apartments there for 150 more persons. We're going to have hosting places, smart apartments. I am for smart apartments. So we now have had a tender. We're going to sign a contract, and I think that next month we'll start building those accommodation centers. The key thing with which I want to end.
10 прапорів міст
In this
побратимів.
last slide, you see 10 banners of the twin cities next to the city council. We, a local self-government, after we started this successful reform, we have grown, we've become stronger. We're studying. We have opened up ourselves for the world. The war came and it gave us even more possibilities, more chances to grow. Small communities are becoming more experienced. They're getting new knowledge. They're the ones who can communicate with the world. That's already a big victory. This support from Poland, French, from Latvia tells us that we will survive. But the most important job for every mayor is to stop the outflow of people. We would lose if we just have a territory rather than a nation. And everyone should do that. The central government, we have to do it. We have to forget everything. We cannot, have the same mentality as we had before, and we cannot lose people who are leaving the country. That's an even bigger challenge than the war. And when we can stop it, that will be the real great victory for our children. Thank you. We would ask you now to show us Irina Chabiluk, Deputy Mayor of Lutsk. Can you hear us? Yes, I can. Can you hear me? Yes. Please, we would like to hear about your experience. How Lutsk has worked with internally displaced persons, how you studied their needs, what interest and practices you have. Let me start by saying that the city of Lutsk was hit by missiles 3 times. In the very first days of the war, we had a direct hit by a missile. What it caused? It caused panic. Well, panic among the local population, and we also received a huge exodus of women and children, and even during the first days, many men left for abroad. At the moment, some of these people have come back. However, at our schools, we still are short of 3,500 children who are not coming back from abroad to our schools. And that's sad. However, all these things have affected, the missiles and the direct hits. So when the city was getting prepared for a possible invasion from Belarus, Sometimes the city would get ready completely for defense. We would build all kinds of defense fortification. And of course, that did not make the internal displaced persons very safe. Mostly people who came from Kyiv region, they would stay for a couple of days and then they would keep going, mostly for abroad. Then the situation became more stable. And as the situation is today, we have about slightly more than 17,000 internally displaced persons registered. But informally, we think that we have many more people in our community. Why people do not register themselves any longer? When we had this situation in the city, when the local residents would say that only local residents would be drafted, and then the military would start working with the internally displaced persons. And we had a situation when only women and children would come to get registers and men would not. Since the very first days, where the city council created the centers where we would give out assistance to the armed forces of Ukraine, to the internally displaced persons. In the very first days, we received a lot of humanitarian assistance, like clothing and equipment, as well as foodstuffs from the local population. And then very close cooperation started with the twin cities and towns that would call us, propose their assistance, or we would turn to them asking for assistance. And I would also like to note many towns and cities with which we had never cooperated before, at least not permanently. They immediately gave us some support, financial support and humanitarian support.
Biggest challenge was to provide housing. As our territorial community didn't have the dormitories that would be communally owned, we had to work very closely with the regional military administration that has helped us find housing for the people. We worked closely with the private real estate agencies that helped find housing. And also we helped find housing in the villages belonging to our community. And we have 35 such villages. So we tried to provide the housing the best we could. Still, we're not in a position to cover the need entirely, as there are some people still needing housing. Although we didn't have shelters set up in the educational institutions, we had shelters organized elsewhere, and they're still functioning as such. So this wasn't a problem with the start of the academic year, so we didn't have to relocate the people that would have been staying there. We started needing to set up psychological support, and we have psychological support headquarters organized now, and we have another coordination center organized to help meet a variety of needs. There were humanitarian relief centers, and now we have them placed in different districts of town. So all the people, all the IDPs who needed help could get it to a certain extent. Like Kyiv, we've seen the problem that the more assistance you hand out, the more it is needed. And when you limit it, it causes discontent. Let me give you an example. In our schools, we organized free meals. This was a full lunch that the IDPs could receive free of charge. So we provided these meals for 3 months. And we had some privileged categories that were entitled to meals free of charge. So we fed up to 5,000 people daily. Since September, we organized a different system. And now the people have to pay half the price and the budget pays half the price. And the price is most reasonable. This is a very moderate price compared to the average lunch price. So people wanting to take such meals have now been drastically reduced. Now there are fewer of them because they don't have the way to pay half, or um, or was it just taking freebies? My personal opinion, my impression is, is I have talked to IDPs, that a freebie is there to take, but if you have to pay, then you would think whether you really need it. We worked with many civil society organizations and churches located in the communities that are still providing free meals. And they are still providing free meals. And now the communal enterprises are offering lunches on 50-50 basis. Did you have any similar initiatives of not giving the fish, but giving the fishing rod?
Ви ж нічого, вудочкою щось можна зловити, так? Вилку хіба можна зловити.
So have you tried anything similar to that? Have you given the people a chance to make a living or to be contributing members of their new communities? This is exactly what I wanted to say. We realized we need to help people adapt. If they plan to stay on the community, they have to adapt and contribute to the communities, and they need to land jobs. So we organize consultation and support centers, and we have brought in employment staff and our officers who've helped people seek and find jobs. So we're now will be setting up a separate center, which is not located in the city council, but it will be a standalone center that will help people adapt, land jobs, will be giving legal advice. This used to be provided at the communal enterprises and centers for administrative services. So now it's going to be all in one place. And we're encouraging the people not only to live on the budget, not only on the benefits, but also they need to adapt and contribute. As for the housing, we are considering all facilities that need capital repair and capital investment so that houses or apartments could be organized for people to live in. The social housing that was owned in the community is also used to host IDPs. Preference was given to those who have special needs. We are focusing on psychological support and art therapy available for children and adults alike. We're using art, we're using occupational therapy to help people overcome the psychological barriers. Thank you, Lutsk. Volodymyr started this topic with the spoon or the fishing rod, and we have a person present here. The Council of Europe supported 6 communities in the rear where co-working facilities were organized in schools in order to involve the IDPs, and Krupets has a culinary co-working or a bakery in other terms. So their practice is that 6 or 7 households come to bake in this culinary co-working, and they have to bake a bit more than they need for themselves, and the access is then shared with the elderly who are vulnerable and staying in the local communities. So it's important to give a fishing rod, but also to encourage to give back so the communities could help out the IDPs, and IDPs could give back to their communities. It has to be a two-way street. I would like to ask the mayor of Uzhhorod, Bogdan Andreev, have you succeeded in finding the practices so that this wouldn't be just patronage or support, but for it to be mutual exchange, mutually beneficial story? Yes, I did say that we had many internally displaced people, dozens of thousands people passed through our city in transit. Now we have fewer of them, And we know that people cannot give back if they don't have adequate housing, even if they have a job. So we are now renovating some facilities that we own to give proper housing for the people who've stayed on, who want to live and stay in our city, as they have nowhere to go back to. But there's another point I would like to make. I'm not going to speak of the number of people we welcomed, what we've done for them. It's the same story as told by our colleague. We had a twin city in Rastatt in Germany, helped us with financial support. The support was massive. But now, as a government, and hopefully some MPs are hearing this, we need to help the local communities build housing. There used to be a good real estate tax in place when the new housing was brought in. And this would be most relevant now if the community could receive this real estate tax, and they could then use it for supporting the IDPs. Yes, we can do some repairs, fix up a dormitory. We can do that, but we will never be able to fund the housing for 1,000 or several thousands families. And it is very important, as we know, there'll be the next wave of the IDPs from the regions where people have no running water, no heating, or no housing, as winter is bitter. And the war broke out when the winter was ending. But now if there are some blackouts or gas intermittent supplies, we will have to host people who will be fleeing the adversities. They say that when you cross the border between Lviv and Zakarpattia, it was just as difficult as crossing the border between Lviv and Poland. So there were very many people going to Zakarpattia. I know that you have some IT businesses that had relocated there. What is this picture now? Have they stayed on with you? Have they moved on? Did you encourage them to stay with you for longer? IT clusters, people don't need any production facilities. They could lease homes and often work from homes. But we really need to think of housing for other people. We have about 100 companies who've been relocated to our town from the eastern part of Ukraine, as we have seen them register in our tax authority so that they could provide the tax revenues to the local budget. We need the governmental support to build housing. This is the paramount question these days. Thank you. They're telling me we cannot connect to the Khmelnytsk mayor. So this gives us a time to give 2 or 3 minutes to each speakers to come up with proposals for the resolution of the forum. Or can the audience ask questions? Yes, we can do that. We do have the microphone. We have a raised hand, so if you could please take the microphone that way. Please start by introducing yourself so that we could all hear. I'm Krzysztof Stanowski from Lublin. 70,000 refugees from Ukraine are staying in Lublin. They're new residents. Krzysztof Stanowski from Lublin in Poland is my name. First, my words of gratitude for the local self-governance. We are seeing that the contribution of the local self-governance in the war is just as important as the contribution of the army. So words of our respect and gratitude on behalf of the entire Europe go out to you. We know how important this reform war. We know what the war would have been if the reform hadn't been launched, if we didn't have the united communities, if we didn't have the associations that brought them together, association of the communities, association of the cities. You are the backbone of Ukraine. You're making Ukraine stronger. Decentralization has strengthened Ukraine. 1,300,000 people, 300,000 people passed through Lublin. 70,000 people are staying with us permanently. They are living safely with us. It was very important to incorporate them into our society. The teachers started helping in the schools. About 50 teachers since March, 80 since the 1st of September, started working. Many other people have found jobs. Most importantly, on the one hand, they are ready to go back. On the other hand, they're trying very hard to work where they are, and they feel they belong here. Our mayor used to say that it doesn't matter whether you've lived here for 4 generations or whether you've lived here for 4 years. Now he's saying whether you've lived here for 4 days. If you lived here for 4 days, you're a resident of Lublin. Yes, there have been difficult times initially when the gyms were inundated with people and they flocked in thousands. But importantly, 97% of them lives in private homes. They've been invited and welcomed into people's lives, homes and hearts. And if they have a job, they can find a place of their own. And this is a lesson for the future. We have to open the border between Ukraine and Poland, and it's going to be easier. And Ukraine membership in the EU will enable it. And importantly, if someone comes from Frankivsk to Lublin or from Kharkiv to Lublin, we have many people from Kharkiv in our city. It doesn't mean they come forever. They might come and stay for 3 weeks. They might vacation with us, or they may stay a year, but they are prepared to go back home. And my question is, how can we work together? They are ready to return. It's going to be difficult for some of them to return as they've lost their homes. Sometimes they've lost their families too.
Дуже важлива співпраця.
So, how can we assure our cooperation for the future? This is something we need to be planning for. If we have a difficult winter and we have more people arriving, I can assure you, no one will be left in the street. They'll be taken to safe and cozy homes. Thank you. Plus, people are getting their thoughts organized. I know that in Lublin, owing through your assistance, the Ukrainian school or Ukrainian classrooms were open. There is a Ukrainian school. So 90% of students are studying in integrated classrooms, meaning they're organizing Ukrainian language courses for people from the municipality, for the teachers, and we are organizing Polish language classes for the students. Most importantly, we want them to make the best use of their time, to learn something new, to discover something new, to learn new languages, to open new opportunities. 80 teachers who work in our schools will return bringing new wealth of experience, some new ideas and good partners for their upcoming projects. Krzysztof, thank you so much for what you've done. Now, I will ask the panelists to answer the question posed by Krzysztof and transition to the next session, and that is the role of agglomeration, and that is a very big topic, and we need to save time to talk about agglomerations. Miroslav will moderate the next session. So let's address Krzysztof's question, and please also speak your resolution, your recommendations to the resolution. I would like to start by thanking our partner cities. I would like to thank Lublin as our partner city for their colossal support. All the cities faced the question, what do we do with our children in summer? And many Polish cities took in the children of our heroes who died in the war. And over 600 children improved their health in Poland. So let us thank our Polish friends for the incredible support they're giving us. As for the proposals, the war isn't going to end in a day. We have to be clear on that. The war will end when Russia breaks up into 30 independent states, and we'll have to recognize them in near time. Or maybe 35 independent states. There's a draft law registered in the Ukrainian parliament already. And that is when the war break will end, when the empire dissolves a new state flower on its territory. The proposal for the resolution is to ask the Ukrainian parliament to recognize the independent sovereign states that will spring up after the dissolution of Russia. The city council has filed its draft law, proposals for the draft law. So please ask the Ukrainian parliament to support it. It doesn't require yet any funding. Thank you. Please pass the floor to Svetlana. And online, we have a question from Facebook, whether there are any programs for the integration and adaptation of the DPs in the communities, about their involvement. So if you do have, please mention them.
Svetlana, your proposals for the resolution. Well, I want to thank you. I want to tell you that when there was a lot of panic, many local people left our community for Poland, for Lublin. Now our people are coming back because they understand that there is business they have to keep developing. And the local population has seen that there is a point in coming to our community because, you know, I have a feeling that today all the people in our community, they know where the entrance is and where the exit is. You didn't give me much chance today, but I want to tell you that we're very grateful for the international assistance. Today we have set up the hubs that allow internally displaced persons to study, to sew things, to publish, to print things. We give jobs to the IDPs. We have doctors, psychologists, and workers. So people who have come to our community, they feel that they can get administrative services, that the infrastructure has been rebooted. So many people who come back from abroad, who continue working, they show that our community works with the belief in today and a hope about tomorrow. When I was listening to all the speakers today, I realized that the front of the local self-government keeps up its lines. And this is a very important thing, this tandem between the armed forces of Ukraine and the local self-government. That's a huge force that is leading us ahead toward victory. Talking about proposals, every speaker has proposed quite important things related to the housing for the internally displaced person, the benefits that have to be well balanced as they're established for our community, about the budgeting issues. I think that all those proposals, the organizers have jotted them down very carefully, and all of that would become a good framework, which will definitely would sign and support, because this is so important for us. And you know, today, we're getting good news and not too good news every day. While we were sitting here and discussing these things, we heard the air raid sirens, and I'm very sad that we, after this air raid sirens, there would be some wounded people. But what makes me happy is that we're all united here today, that we all understand that only together we can be a success, and we will win. That's why there's not much point, thinking about whether it's a large city or a small town. We're all working for our communities, for our people. And we are the bearers of those thoughts that come from the ground, because if it were not so, we wouldn't have been elected. So what we hear today, we hear it from our residents. Thank you. Svetlana. Volodymyr. Maybe you have some written proposals for a resolution. Well, I'm happy that you have underlined it. No, first of all, with your permission, you're a very good moderator. First of all, I would like to breach the agenda. And Krzysztof, thanks for his wonderful Ukrainian language, although he has never lived here permanently. Applause to him. And the second thing, yesterday, with our colleagues, mayors, we came back from Berlin after an important meeting with the German twin cities. We went to Krakow, and at Krakow municipality, Krzysztof organized a meeting with Polish twin cities or potential twin cities and representatives of the community of 22, the agglomeration of 22 communities around Lublin. So there was a representative of the agglomeration who told us about the strong points in cooperation between the big ones and the small ones. And as we were going to the bus to come here, Krzysztof told me, Volodymyr, we need help. And I asked him, which help? We need books in Ukrainian, in Poland. Nobody is printing them. May you all mayors help Krzysztof because he's helping us. Can we share books and manuals and textbooks in Ukrainian with Poland so that we would be proud of the fact that Poland has Ukrainian libraries and Ukrainian children have Ukrainian language? That's very important. They study not only Polish, but children from Kharkov, they study Ukrainian. Krzysztof, thank you much for that. And now my 2 minutes or a minute and a half, a minute and 20 seconds to sum it up for the resolution. That's not about competition about the big ones and the small ones. We are really united. I'm sitting here with Ruslan Martzinkin next to him. It's a great honor for him. That's my city where I studied, where I was as a student. But unfortunately, Mr. Slobozhan is not with it. Well, he's everywhere with us. Now, we're talking about the possibilities of small communities, capabilities of them, relocated businesses, relocated to front Kyivs. In small communities, there are much less relocated business. Why? Because there's not enough infrastructure for a factory. There is not enough electric power. There is not enough gas. In Ternopil region, well, I've received 9 businesses, and all of them ask me not only for shops, but ask me for gas and for electric energy, and we don't have that. We have to strategically think about a well-balanced location in Ukraine. We cannot locate everything in Lviv because Lviv will get drowned. We have to be smart, and we build a strategy of cooperation in big cities and in small towns, so we can have this horizontal cooperation. Then the agglomerations would be a success. I think you can stay for the next panel, Volodymyr, and also take the floor there. However, to be serious, we have to conclude, and I will ask Irina from Lutsk, your couple of sentences. What should we have in the forum resolution? Microphone, please. Sorry. My 2 sentences will be about none of the colleagues today. We have not brought up this subject, but if we're talking about global needs that we need to solve to help the internal displaced persons, that's financial resources And I think that the mayors understand what I'm talking about. We have serious problems with limited funding. I understand that the state establishes certain rules, how to work with the treasury and so on. But there are certain things where you intend to take a step, where you have had all the tender procedures, but unfortunately, there are certain things that we cannot affect. And in fact, we often face such problems. Even, for example, to repair the housing for the internal displaced persons, there are certain nuances. How can we put it into a resolution so that they would give heed to us, to our proposals from the local level, how to do it in such a way that we could work and help all the country in a comprehensive way? Well, I think that this has been said during this panel where we were discussing economic development. Bogdan, any more proposals? Well, I think, for example, there have been some facilities that have been funded by 80%, especially, for example, if we cannot, for example, use the remaining 20% of the costs, and then they would get, ruined in the winter time. So the proposal is with all of the local self-government and the Association of Ukrainian Cities, my suggestion is that there would be a hearing of the Cabinet of Ministers about the budget for 2023. So we should really not kill the proposals that have already been made in terms of the budgeting. Thank you. With your permission, I will conclude this panel. We're 5 minutes late. However, I think the organizers will excuse us. And now, well, once again, I want to thank our speakers. And Andrei will tell us where we want to invite the next speakers. Thank you. We have a couple of minutes to take a rest because the next panel would be very important, the key panel. So please, colleagues, and I'm asking Miroslav Kashelyuk to come over so we could start warming up this panel for the discussion, which I'm sure would be quite lively. Dear colleagues, as Markian said, agglomeration is a perennial subject, and once again, we're bringing up today. I'm inviting here the panelists participating in this discussion. Vyacheslav Nehoda, Deputy Minister for Development of Communities and Territories of Ukraine. Vitaly Bezgin, Member of Parliament, Chair of the leading subcommittee that I don't need to introduce. Oksana Prodan, Member of Parliament, the previous convocation and advisor to the chairman of the Association of Cities of Ukraine. Stepan Kuybida, Director of the Department of Economic Policies, Lviv Regional Administration. Lubomir Zubac, Member of Parliament of a previous convocation, Deputy Mayor of Lviv, and Oleg Serniak, Mayor of Pustomitiv. This is the last panel for today, with a tense working day that we have had. It's a little bit hard for all of us to get more information, and that's why we're now anxiously looking forward to the discussion of the final resolution. However, it is quite symbolic that at the end of this day, we're discussing such a subject as agglomeration. This day started with some good news, and this gives us good grounds to think about the future. Today, a lot has been said about it. And as the mayor of Lviv military administration said, the future development is not only, well, that's primarily about the content, the new census. And this agglomeration subject, this is in fact about the new census. Now they often talk about the back factor, and I think that in those words one can see three mistakes in those three words. First of all, that's not only about reconstruction. As many times it has been said, that's about people. Second, back means going back. We're talking about going forward, going ahead, and the changes that are to take place. And better means something that is better than what we have. But we're not only talking about better things, but quality changes. And agglomeration is about quality, new quality approach. We will get back to discuss why this is an eternal topic today. Maybe one of the reasons is that many people believe that this is only about Lviv, Kyiv, or some other cities, big cities, while in the agglomeration area, many people believe that it's just about Lviv and it's not about small neighboring communities. You know, to set the tone, I would like to ask everyone with a scale between 0 and 10, maybe you can tell us whether the subject is critically important for the future reconstruction of Ukraine. 10 is we cannot rebuild Ukraine without it. We cannot get it to a new level in the future, while 0, we can do without it. Let me start with Oksana. Good afternoon, everybody. If it's between 0 and 10, I would probably choose 8. Because, of course, we can do without something, but definitely it's not the competition that builds the future. I come from business, from the economy. I have always thought that it's competition that moves things. No, it's the unity that moves things. When everyone gets together, peer to peer, and when they do certain things together, and we're going to build the future of Ukraine, we have to get together. So I would put it at least as 8. Mr. Nehoda. You know, I will give my estimates in a different way. When we started decentralization for the first time, we polled it with the help of the Council of Europe. Only 15% of the population of Ukraine supported that reform. So according to your scale, that would mean even less than 3, right? But today, we have quite different results. We've heard it all day long, and in fact, we can even look at the latest polls where about 89% of the population supported. That's what the people of Ukraine think about the decentralization results. That's why I would rather say that today we would once again discuss the continued decentralization, but perhaps in an unusual form, perhaps in a form that we have not used before. Because today, one can say that the European Union is one of such forms, right? Where every country is a small community, but for some reason they have gotten together. Why? To solve their common problems. Or NATO, they have gotten together in order to solve their common tasks. And I think that those associations can be given a 10, and the agglomerations would get 10 in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Good day, everyone. This is not a simple question, but I would like to start my answer with the following story. Well, recovery isn't about building back a bombed out school. We need to answer the question, is agglomeration a growth point? Definitely yet. Vyacheslav is saying it's a new form of decentralization. And if we draw it on the British experience, where everything is a decentralization is Greater London, Greater Manchester, etc. So will Ukraine do it? Yes. In the shorter term perspective, it will be a 5 because it's going to pertain to Lviv, Kyiv, and it won't affect Kyiv for a number of objective reasons, although Kharkiv agglomeration had reasons to be. But then it will spread for sure. So it's going to be 9 or 10 in the future, because when we talk about agglomeration, we mean it broader than a metropolis that our Western partners name. There's usually a central place and smaller satellite towns around it. If we consider the state strategy of Ukraine, it follows the same approach. But I'm now in Lviv, and I ask myself the question whether Dromic Truskavet is a natural immigration of non-metropolis type. And when we deoccupy Donetsk, wouldn't Severodonetsk, Lysychansk also form the same natural agglomeration? So it's going to be 9 or 10 as a denser form of cooperation. But for now, it will be an element of reconstruction, because if we take Bucha, Irpin, Hostomel, it's very difficult to rebuild without Kyiv, and Kyiv is helping Bucha rebuild. But what about the public transport and a number of other things? These connections already exist. They just need to be formalized. And we need to explain to the smaller settlements that it is an opportunity for them and not an expansion of the bigger, as this fear might be one of the things hampering this development. Now that you've mentioned Lviv region, I have the duty to speak up. You're here in majority. So please, very brief now, but then we'll give you more time. So I'm not going to be radical at 10, but I'll come close to it and say a 9. And let me explain. We, as the management, have learned to micromanage, and we are very good at implementing micro projects. But we've learned that 10 years ago, and this was done well. Then we matured and we started understanding what intermunicipal cooperation is all about, and that helped us tackle management differently and do bigger projects. Now we are talking about recovery. Lviv has been afflicted less compared to others, and recovery cannot fully apply to Lviv, but we are seeking a new economic model. Our management needs to be modified and be innovationalized. So agglomeration as a way to manage larger territories. And yes, we consider Lviv as one such biggest agglomeration, but others also will be there and we can talk far beyond Lviv. But this is our chance to take a new look on management and think big, not through micro projects, but fixing the systemic errors and tackling the challenges of the central metropolis and the satellites in a way that would benefit all. Lubomir, thank you. Good day, everyone. You've mentioned agglomeration as a perpetual topic. This was done so skeptically that we just keep talking and talking, and the result isn't to be seen. But let me put it differently. If we consider the time we spent in discussing agglomeration, it won't be much. It will be just a speck of dust. It will be negligible. So we need to consider other approaches then instead. If we follow this idea, then the leaders will enjoy eternal glory, and few will appreciate what they've done, but the next generation will appreciate what they've done, and they will give us not 10 but 12. Thank you. Thank you, Oleg. Good day, dear colleagues. So, when we talk agglomeration, we need to recall the times we are living in, and we live at the times when, by coming together, by standing, uniting, we are defeating the enemy. So we should ask ourselves, does it unite us? Does it make us stronger, or does it make us weaker? Or does it make us compete amongst ourselves? If we consider agglomeration as a driver of cooperation, of mutual assistance, collaboration, then definitely this is something we need. If we follow the best practices from Europe and use the benefits that this brings, it will reap us the benefits. To give it a rating, well, it's either 10 or 0. If it's something we really need, something that is going to benefit the country, benefit the community, the people, then we should aim for 10. We should aim for the maximum score and strive to achieve it. And then look back historically how well we manage. So let's strive for the highest objectives. We have people in here who care about the topic, and they've all given high scores. And they've all said that it is something novel for us. Although, if we consider the topic of eternity, the first experiments were made in 2001 in Irpin, as the Irpin experiment. In 2003, the Drohobych agglomeration was attempted. So let me ask Vyacheslav Nehoda, Why has it failed so far? And what do we do now differently to finally make it good, to finally make it happen? Fine. I would also like to underscore this is the last panel, which is a good thing or a bad thing, but we always remember what's said first and what's said last. So the first panel was brilliant, and I hope you'll also be as good. You didn't have Slobozhanju in the first panel, and he's not there for the last panel. So there are some of us staying on, and you might think, how does it pertain to me? What does it have to do with us? These are the mayors of the big cities that are hoping to become the hubs, the cores of this conglomeration. However, we are discussing this topic. So the discussion today will give us light on some senses and will help us see what we can have at the outset. I would consider agglomeration as one of the forms of achieving the objectives set for decentralization. And I would like to try and prove it. Let it be our shared idea. Let it be our shared product. We've mentioned the Irpin experiment. It wasn't about agglomeration. Rather, it was the first forms of amalgamation of communities. There were some delegations to Sweden, more to Ukraine. There's been much ado, but it still didn't happen. It didn't take off the ground, and it couldn't. For the reason that what we did later helped us see that our core objective is to put a system in place for the territorial communities that would be capable. And the discussion today, and I haven't missed a single panel, I attended all of them, and I'm happy that we can see modern municipal leaders at this forum that are energetic, strong, resilient, and if the armed forces of Ukraine are one source of our strength, then the municipalities are our second source of strength. The central government has its own role to play for certain, but this is the municipal force of Ukraine, and it is helping Ukraine win. And this was made possible because we believed that such communities can happen, and we've given them resources, and they took on from there. Another good point made today, which is closely linked to the war, to the armed forces, and that is, can a unit win? Yes, unit can win and bring a small victory. Can a company win? For sure. A battalion? For certain. A brigade? No doubt. But we need the army to win. So here, too, we need more than one successful community, or 2, 3, or 4 of them. It's very important that we reap the potential of all of you, that we unleash the power of each community. And if we can have a municipal economic breakthrough that would drive growth, we need to come together and we should leave our fears aside. No one will take away the powers. By coming together, you can win. Yes. The law on cooperation between the territorial communities does provide for this opportunity, and it is progressive enough, but not all have considered it carefully. It might need to be improved, but still it can be already applied with good benefit. The economy has growth points, and these are big units. We are now in Lviv agglomeration, and when you join efforts, you can reach new heights. So I would consider a model where the communities can open up new opportunities without losing their status. And the new opportunities are unleashed for the regional administration, for the regional councils, or better, the united communities. And they should be given additional powers and additional resources. You can perform additional governmental programs and projects, and you will win, and you will certainly do it better than the executive government. You will do it better than the regional government. As you're more motivated, you're closer to the ground. So consider motivation from this angle, and that will only benefit us. Thank you. Thank you, Vyacheslav, for your inspirational words. Now, we stand a chance to have the law finally adopted. So, this is the first public presentation of the draft law to be made today. But before I give the floor to Oksana, I would like to address Vitaly with the following question. Today, you're one of the key drivers of many initiatives to do with decentralization. We have problem with driving agglomeration. We haven't written much in 3 years. So my question is, why do you feel this is deserving of our attention? Why do we need it? Look, when I answered the first question on the panel, I said we should consider as a growth point, as a closer, more effective form of cooperation, because essentially these agglomerations naturally coalesce around million cities and around regional centers. Can one community solve problems alone when so many people live in the suburbs? Probably not. Can the community deal with the questions of developing the infrastructure? Probably not. If we talk about the afflicted territories that have to be renovated, and again, there's no need to do it the old way. But if we consider any Western European country and the economic and financial drivers, they'd be true for the UK, for Germany and France, and its usual agglomerations or metropolia. The question is what model we opt for. Whilst Ukraine does have the law on cooperation of the territorial communities, it will be amended. It's going to simplify the life of the community. It will make many things much simpler. But is it profound enough? Is it going to conceive a new mechanism? Probably not. And if we consider the challenges facing Lviv and Kyiv, because Kharkiv is out, Odessa and Dnipro might be out too for a number of objective reasons. It's going to be more difficult to do it there. So therefore, we need the law. It's a perpetual question. Любомир, tried it in the previous convocation. We've tried it in this convocation, but so far we've just revoked a bill. And I hope in November we'll have a new bill to offer in November. It will be finally registered. And this is going to transition to the domain of practice. And then we need to put it to good use. If it works for bigger cities, it would work for others too. The issue of the movement of people is open, and if it works for Lviv, why won't it work for Ivano-Frankivsk? There are adjacent communities there. And let us be open. They still use the educational services, the healthcare services, and communication services from the central mansion, central core city, and either they cooperate in a civilized fashion, or they contest each other, and it's not going to benefit anyone. I hope the draft law is going to be enacted, and in November it's going to happen. We started with a big convention in Bucha. Before registering the bill, we should have gone to Bucha, which is a city of heroes, and that would be very apt. Thank you. Thank you.
One of important ideas by Mr. Baskin that increases the chances that this law would be adopted is, as the Council of Europe office, Mr. Nerlov said, the head of the office in the Ukraine, nothing for local self-government without local self-government. So today, the platform where the new version of the law is developed is the Association of Ukrainian Cities. And today we have a chance for the first presentation of the concept of the draft law. Clearly, you will have more discussions before November. I'm giving the floor to Oksana now. I don't know how to press it. I will have to ask my colleagues. Well, first of all, I really want to thank you very much for this honor to be able to speak here to present the presentation that in fact has been developed by 4 members in addition to AUC. So there are 4 members of the working group that have prepared this presentation, because in the concept you would see what the working group has developed. Lviv will speak for itself because we have received the Lviv proposals. But before I make this presentation, I want to say why 8 out of 10? And now we need to see the slide. Thank you, Vitaly. The 2 of us can do it well. If you now look at the prospects that the world-famous economist promises to us, he tells us that in the future there will be 600 cities all over the world. And it's a mechanism that can work in 2 ways, either by force, and we know how this can be done when the central government, forces a smaller number out of bigger number. That's not always the best way, not always the way communities want it, or these are decisions of the communities which stay equal in that way. And the task of the Association of Ukrainian Cities, when we started working on the new draft law, our task was to do it in such a way that every community would stay absolutely free in its choice, and that every resident would be close to one's community, and that we would not have a situation where one big location would kind of pull into itself everything in the area of 50 or 100 kilometers. So then we would have a situation like in Paris, where they have 136 independent communities, and they work together, and they look to us as one Paris. So for us as AUC, the job is to give independence to each of the communities that would stay equal. We're trying to do that in Kyiv agglomeration word. We started doing that in 2019 because even those strong cities around Kyiv were also afraid of merging because they thought that Kyiv was something, very too strong that would, pull them into itself. No, there are two versions. Either it's a centralized way, or today you stay equal among equals as you define the conditions for cooperation. Now our presentation. Yes, I want to thank the leading committee, and we're presenting it together. Mr. Zubich was the first one who tried to create agglomeration with amendments. It's the page from a legal story of legal introduction of the agglomeration. Well, I could not miss, an attempt to create the current agglomeration establishment 2019. Mr. Zubich tried to do that in 2016. He did not manage to. In 2017, Mr. Zubich and the leading committee could not do it. In 2019. Mr. Baskin tried to do that. Well, with the same result for now, today we can do this. We will make it a success. We will be able to regulate and to provide rights to every community in an agglomeration only when you support us. It will not work otherwise. When the local self-government decides that it needs it. And now the presentation. I'm not going to show you all the presentation. I'm not going to read it because I'm sure that the forum will probably upload it in this website and the committee would have a chance to make this presentation. And we at the AUC website, this presentation will be published there. It's a presentation that was developed by the Association of Ukrainians. It is based on the experience of Kyiv agglomeration. But what is very important here, and what you would see when red lines, is what Mr. Nehoda has developed, because he would give us his proposals, real ones and correct ones, that Rahobich will use one day, Lviv will use. But what you see in blue is the basis, the framework that it works in Kyiv agglomeration. I'm not going to read it, but just focus on the most important things. In this slide, it's important that this is not a new territorial unit. Every community keeps the rights that they had, but they will have more possibilities. So the principles, what you see in blue is what was there originally, and then in red, what the working group under Mr. Peskin has developed. These are the things that will make every participating community stronger. Now we're going to show you how we're going to form the agglomerations. We think it should be based on a voluntary principle. In the working group, we discussed the idea that the agglomeration should be unbreakable, consistent, that we have to decide how this consistency has to be ensured legislatively, because that would mean that there would be some kind of a spot and some kind of a radius that would be covered, but that's up to us to decide. And then the next slide, these are something that has been revised by the working group as to who can initiate the development of an agglomeration. Now, this is about whether it is mandatory or not mandatory, because of course it would be good that everyone wants to merge, to get together. But we see it from the experience of Kyiv agglomeration that there are those who do not want to merge for some reasons. Sometimes it's not good for the neighbors, not for the agglomeration center. Let's go on because I have only 10 minutes. Now, the managing authorities. Now, how does it work in Kyiv? In Kyiv agglomeration is chaired by this chairman of the agglomeration center, which is Kyiv. That's the way it works with us, and maybe in some other places it would be different. In the bill, we may write it differently, but we may write it only when we do it together. If it's only those members of the working group present here will write it, we will have what we have today. Well, for the time being, this is the editorial version that was supported by the working group. All right, go ahead, please. The competences of the Agglomeration Council. Well, it's up to them how they should work. The agglomeration has the right to own property and to set up businesses if this is a successful agglomeration and useful for everyone at the same time. Now, areas of cooperation, this is what we put into it, and now these areas are working. Kyiv agglomeration, Lviv agglomeration has added immediately as a mandatory area. Environmental protection, ecology, well, it's logical. With us, it is not working yet. But this is what we are suggesting as binding or as mandatory, areas. Financial and property basis of an agglomeration, that's of course very important. We are saying that no community would pay any money by force. Well, how the communities would pay? Well, definitely that's a voluntary issue. It's like the membership fees for the AUC. If the agglomeration doesn't work, there will be no initiative for one, and there later you would see that there will be a possibility to dismiss agglomerations. We suggest a whole list of the things that the central state should give to an agglomeration so it would work effectively and be useful. Just one thing here, a good agglomeration, in fact, and a well-formed authority managing it would immediately ban all kinds of district administrations, which I know you all love. A good agglomeration would eliminate the superstructure, which is, which is not necessary. Once at the AUC, they used to make a toast saying that some people come, others go, and communities stay. Right, that's what they say, the Association of Ukrainian Cities. I think that representatives of the regional administrations, they will keep working with the local population. Well, we will have a better toast now. We're now saying about how the state should support and stimulate agglomerations. You will all have a look at the presentation. I don't want to read it for you. The responsibility of the agglomeration, reporting, representative function for every member of the agglomeration and the managerial bodies, and the possibility to call one back. It's a transparent mechanism. It's not only that it's much better than the district councils, it's just what will be in your hands. Like Vitaly has, what Vitaly, when he wants it, he presses the button. Now, this is a possibility to change the top managers of the agglomeration, the top people, a possibility to stop terminate the agglomeration. And this is, with very fine script, but I started by saying that the agglomeration is the only solution in order to preserve freedom of the communities, and I'm convinced about that. But in the end, I would like to finish by saying, well, that was the stick, and this is the carrot. What the agglomeration members can have thanks to staying united. The first parts of those paragraphs that you see here are the things when the agglomeration can become an agglomeration with a good understanding of what it can do. And I want to thank the Council of Europe, because on the road of Kyiv agglomeration and of Lviv agglomeration, the future agglomeration has participated in it with support of the Council of Europe. I really want to thank the Council of Europe for this panel as well. However, then the war, in fact, has shown us even better why the agglomeration is so important. If you look, at the humanitarian assistance starting in April and march. We did all that within the format of agglomerations. And when for a day and a half, during which Bucha and Irpin were deoccupied before the long occupation, during those day and a half, we were able to give them, bread, to give them humanitarian assistance, and we were able to do that thanks to this internal mutual assistance, then cooperation with the charity fund, the entertainment for children within the agglomeration, volunteers work, assistance coming from Kyiv with healthcare and the emergency service. They gave water to European, now they're giving water to Bucha now because they are interrelated, but that means more money, and you know what it means. So Kyiv, as the agglomeration center, is sharing its possibilities with the neighboring towns. And one other thing that I should boast of, when the agglomeration center that is financially capable directly gives the money to the communities that need the money. I'm not going to give the figures, but when I called the mayor of Makarov and I called him, Vitaly has sent you a letter whether you would come and get the money. He never even asked me how much you can give it, because for him, every kopeck, that's huge money. When Makarov received 50 million as assistance for rebuilding, that was also a part of the agglomeration work, because this is the official position of Kyiv. Thanks to the towns around Kyiv, Kyiv was able to survive. They, in fact, protected Kyiv. But there was a peer-to-peer assistance. As the mayor of Bila Tserkva said, he said Bila Tserkva was founded so it would protect and defend Kyiv, and we will always work like that. It's a wonderful family of equals among equals. Thank you very much for your assistance. Please come to us. These are our contact details. Any criticism, please send them to us. You can do it anonymously, or we would always say which community has proposed what. Thank you very much, Oksana, for this presentation. I think it's a historic moment today at this forum in Lviv. We're launching this discussion of this draft law, which I hope will be adopted this time. I want to turn to the person who has been named here as the author of the first attempts to draft that law of the agglomeration and to have it adopted. Lubomir, maybe your first reflection, maybe you can say a couple of words about what is happening to Lviv agglomeration today. Well, first of all, I want to thank Oksana for having mentioned our attempts of 2016. I forgot about that, frankly. It was a good attempt, but unfortunately, some people read it too attentively. But I'm trying to say that, in fact, any legal initiative should be made at the right time. In 2016, for example, it was my response to a certain threat where the regional centers could be, pressurized into creating such things, and the pressure was coming from the neighboring communities. Today, the situation is different, and there are other priorities and other strategic things to which we have to respond. So I personally, I look at the situation from two sides. On the one hand, I look at it from the point of view of the communities. The communities, they have their own specific interests. Why they would need to regulate the agglomeration issue? Because we all understand that an agglomeration is a factual entity, whether we want it or not. It has some positive sides, some negative sides. So sooner or later, this would have to be regulated in some way. It's better to do it sooner than later, otherwise the problems would pile up. Can the communities function without this law? Yes, they can, but the problems will still there, and again, they would pile up, and sooner or later, in some way, not always the best way, it would have to be resolved. Will the communities be interested in establishing agglomerations? Definitely they would. If the government gives them some bonuses, some make them interested, if it gives them more possibilities. And we, Lviv, we made some proposals to the bill concepts, saying that those bonuses can take the form of either preserving the reversed donations or subsidies that have been mentioned today in the first panel. In the second panel, well, they said that it was not exactly fair. And if we look at the next year, the calculations that have been given to Lviv, that's 1,300,000 that should be returned to the national budget. And if this can be channeled into projects that are, let's say, that could be joint projects for Lviv agglomeration, for Lviv and for the neighboring communities, one could do very many good things. And in fact, this would definitely be useful, including for the government, for the state in general.
Мені видається, що от було так прозвучало насправді такі думки, що
Some opinions were voiced today that today it's all up to the communities, association of the cities, whether a law is going to happen or not. But the second viewpoint is the viewpoint of the government, and I'm certain that the law will be enacted if the government and its institutions come to see it as a necessity for the government, and secondly, only to the cities and the regional centers, as it creates the new opportunities and the new senses we've been discussing today. Rightly so, in the first panel, the mayor of Mykolaiv and others have said that we should not take the recovery in a rigid fashion. Let's just rebuild what's been damaged. It has to be reconsidered, reconceived, and then created anew. So I think that these metropoles are a natural, ideal territory to recover, rebuild, and form economic hubs, as this is where we have the human resources, the natural resources, the communicational infrastructure, and all the other prerequisites already in place. So, hopefully, the interests of all parties, the local governments and the government concur here. We need to bring in the law to make that happen. Surely the different models could be pursued in the law. This bill is perfectly fine with me. It's perfectly workable. However, I'm open to some other approaches. Let's say a separate law could be enacted about Kyiv agglomeration. Poland has done it, other countries have done it. We can have a separate law about Lviv agglomeration. Why not? We need to seek a solution, start to make it happen, and then see how effective it can be. And I would like to say that in terms of strategy, in terms of the future, I'd say our children and the next generation will definitely appreciate it. The mayor of Lviv, Sadovay, said that cities are the driving jet engines, and agglomerations would be super powerful jet engines that drive the development. And 100 agglomeration of the world contribute 30% of the global GDP. So we need to make sure we have our own Ukrainian agglomeration that will drive economic development. Thank you. I know similar statistics that 70% of the GDP of the EU is generated in the agglomerations. So that means, in fact, that the governmental interest should lie there. The presentation made by Oksana emphasized that the decision about agglomeration cannot deprive the local self-governance of their powers. Currently, this is one of the critical prerequisites that could give rise to some distrust. Before the new year in Lviv, with the support of the Council of Europe, we brought together the leaders of the communities, and many were wary. They had their guards up. So we presented a study showing that 80% of the residents of this sub-region strive to continue this cooperation, but there's some mistrust there. And then the Lviv Oblast administration took on a key role in this process, showing the way the government can support and help overcome the mistrust. So I would like to give the floor to Stepan Khmara from the Lviv Oblast administration to give us insights about the way you see it. Thank you. Thank you for this question. First, I would like to allow myself a flashback and recall this active phase of reform of public administration. I know this was a problem in other regions, but in Lviv, when we discussed the Lviv community, it became politically charged. And then, if we had had the law on agglomeration, and if we could talk it through to the to talk with the leaders of the towns and cities and villages, it would have been much easier then. Now, going back to the present, to concur with the importance of agglomeration in the economy, we in Lviv have 13 communities, 1,000 square kilometers, 1/3 of the regional economy, 2/3 of retail trade, and 55% of direct foreign investments. This is shuttle migration of 180,000 people, 80 of the scientific innovation potential of the region. So Lviv agglomeration, in the better sense of it, is the economic monster that has to be fed. So, given these numbers, it's clear that we have a set of resources in our disposal. To manage them effectively, we need to have an underpinning strategy. As the Department of Economy, we've written many strategies. We know the way not to do it, so we decided to do it effectively for the Lviv agglomeration. The time will show whether we can do it so effectively by jointly with you, jointly with the management of the city council, management of the adjacent communities. We've started the right dialogue finally. And for me personally, the outstanding question, who needs the agglomeration more, the center, the hub, the core, or the adjacent territories? The adjacent territories think they're wary of being taken over, annexed. It's a myth that perpetuates in their minds. They might be waiting for some funding, either from the center or from the government. I doubt that the government will allocate some funding anytime soon. Whether the center would share out the funding, that's more likely to happen. But one way or another, we need to get around the negotiating table. Now we're finally there. Finally, we've looked each other in the eye and we realized that we can work together. The strategy for the agglomeration won't happen in a week or two. We have loads of analysis to do, loads of work to do, and we've set out to be the first of those who will formulate a strategy. You can ask funding from the government when you have a document to rely on. So this document has to be practicable. First and foremost, as we have analyzed the current strategies for the adjacent communities, 6 or 7 of the communities don't have a strategy at all, and 8 communities or 9 of them need to revamp their strategies. As usually, their strategy is just play of imagination. Whether, whilst we would like to see a solid document with an effective implementation plan. The mistake we made at the regional level, that the text was written fantastically, but implementation lagged far behind because the expectations exceeded the financial resources. Now, considering the regional budget, knowing the city, the adjacent territories, putting it all together, we'd like to have a realistic strategy. And Oksana, in her presentation, talked about the potential cooperation areas for agglomeration, and 99% of that is applicable to us. Infrastructure problem is something we need to address now. Environmental problems need to be addressed urgently, and anything that derives from the social bloc. So I hope that the adjacent territories will see that Lviv can, do a potluck dinner and do some fun projects together. I'm all for that, but also you can learn the management expertise from Lviv. And this could be a really cool innovational synergy between us. As a representative of the economics department, I know that agglomeration in the economy of the region is an supra important point, and I can see it work effectively in Lviv. You're welcome. So I realize that this presentation isn't for me, isn't for 90% of the mayors of cities and settlements. When I heard you mention agglomeration, I thought, cool. This will be an opportunity to develop the adjacent territories. Pilipet is 20 kilometers from us. It's closer than Skola. With my colleague Mykola, Vyhoda is closer than the neighboring Kozyvar in Lviv. These are the 3 settlements that aren't playing the tourist game. Remember when we talked about the settlements that can join, but Pilipet is Zakarpattia, Pilipet is Ivano-Frankivsk, and we can develop the 3 tourist cities in the 3 regions. When we talked about this Carpathian project and we started implementing it, I will just reply back, if I may. If the number was right, you wouldn't even start thinking about this project. So this is an invitation to our cooperation. Let's do it together. Thank you. I know that if we give you the floor, we won't take it back. If I might make a very short reply. So, I am seeking to understand why it failed as I listen to this discussion today. If we open Wikipedia, or if we ask Siri what agglomeration is, you won't hear much. It's more about city building. For science, it's well beyond our imagination. However, we need to say that we are trying to make ample use of the opportunities offered by decentralization, the opportunities of the territorial communities to join ranks for the sake of their own development. And this is the defining factor. The 500,000 or not is not so important. What we do need to consider is that the territorial communities and the local governments will never lose their legal entity. But what may be scary? It's mentioned in the presentations, and I used to say so. The communities have to come together. We've been coming together since 2014, but not in the true sense. When we say the communities have to come together for the sake of their development, and I'm saying agglomeration of cooperation, the development agglomeration. And if we pitch it through this angle, it might make better sense because agglomerations may come in many shapes and forms. And I agree that we still have to debate a topic that we can join ranks as smaller communities in terms of their population within and across the regions. That's perfectly feasible. The law on cooperation of territorial communities does enable us to do so. There's agreement signed between 33 communities. They're called Dniester Canyon. But this is also the great East agglomeration. Why not? We can call it so. We are lacking some legal regulation to do with joint management bodies using their budgetary funds. And there was an ample question whether the government is interested in it. The government has to definitely be interested in developing and growing the economy and enhancing the services. So for sure, and I'm now representing the executive government, we are definitely interested. But this time, remember, we were drinking tea and we started jotting down the law. We were very romantic then. Slobodan wasn't the director yet at the time, but now we've given them a chance to write the draft for themselves, for the communities. It's not the executive government, nor the MPs interfering, and we'll vote it in. They keep writing and writing. We would have voted it in already. I would just like to reflect the difference is in the way we tackle it. It could be metropoly or the peers. We mentioned Poland, because Poland doesn't have a national law on the agglomeration. There was a agglomeration of the core region, but there was political pretext there. It could be two laws or two models, because Lviv and tourist clusters could fit in. But if we talk about the metropoly, there has to be a threshold limit, because it doesn't make sense if it's a lot of smaller settlements. So we really need to think it through, debate it through. There's Lubomir, who's moderating the story in Lviv. We have to wrap up this battle. It wouldn't be fair if we didn't give the last floor to the representative of a smaller community. So who needs this issue? Who needs this topic? Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for this most interesting discussion. When we debate, we need to disregard who is to show the initiative first, who has to provide the funding. This is not material. We need to consider agglomeration as a driver of development for all to benefit, bigger communities and smaller ones. We mentioned development strategies. If we consider the development strategy for Pustoma, the community, and those adjacent to Lviv, we perceive a SWOT analysis there. We analyze the strength, the weaknesses, opportunities, and threats in there. And the strength is our proximity to the city of Lviv. If we consider the opportunity, again, we see the opportunity to bring in investors from the regional center. Definitely, there are some threats and weaknesses that we need to mitigate and work on. But we shouldn't be afraid of some powers taken from us, as we can pursue it in the most transparent and mutual beneficial fashion. A lot has been said today that we are seeking census in these difficult times. It's much easier to find census when the government puts incentives in place. And you mentioned reverse funding, which is paid from Lviv, which is paid from our communities as well as others. This is true for other regions too, particularly the regional centers that currently are the biggest draw for the Moscow occupiers who is bombing and shelling the regional center because that's where the infrastructure lies. So the lawmakers might think that some reverse funding half should stay locally to develop future agglomeration, and then we could have a multiplier effect when the revenue earned in a successful business could be multiplied, tripled, quadrupled, and then go back to the national budget. We need to stop thinking in populistic terms. Yes, we need to take good care of all the communities, but first and foremost, we should allow them to multiply their profits as is done in Europe. And then after a certain leveling, we should put the money into the national budget.
Well, of course, we can be thinking about special taxes for agglomerations, but the communities would try to earn as much as possible so that there would be more reversed procedures, and it would have positive effects, of course. So we have to think about that. Last year, with 9 communities of former Pustomitiv region, we had a very difficult road for our cooperation, how to preserve an inclusive center, a research center, and a hospital. But it took us a year to explain to the neighboring communities why we needed to cooperate. We didn't take any competence away from them. We just needed to convince them to join in. It would be even more difficult, but we have to talk to them and we have to keep moving, and then we will succeed. Thank you. In fact, it is very important what we heard today, that this idea of the new census, and perhaps today we have a chance that we have never had before, because war has united us, that we have a chance for this cooperation. I'd like to give the floor to the mayor of Lviv, who would perhaps draw the line to this discussion. No, you cannot draw the line to the discussion because it's an eternal discussion. And as regards the census, we started our working day with putting the flowers at the cemetery where we bury our heroes, and we had a conversation with Mr. Timoshenko, with the head of the administration and the speaker of the parliament. What are the principles of a totalitarian system? They invest money into rustical things, while a democracy invests into creative things. Because current art creates senses, it broadens mental horizon. But no one has ever told us that. Everyone told us we have to dance well and to sing well, but creative things. This place where we're now is a creative center for creativity. The very architecture inspires us, but to build it all, you need to have the money. Today I was approached by the mayor of one of communities, and she said, we want to build an industrial park. Help us with investors. What do you have? We have land. All right, good. And today, at the first panel, we in fact discussed the issue of industrial parks in Poland. There is water, there is gas they have there is heating, there is sewers, the roads. And then they would say, please come here, just create jobs. But in order to create all this, you need to have the money. Because where is the nuance? Because you invest your money, you create jobs, you even get a loan, you go to a bank, you get because of the reversed subsidy of leveling up. So what's the point of creating this? And thank God that there are some wise members of parliament and wise ministers who understand that because they worked as mayors once. So our goal is as a result of this titanic work that lasted for 2 days to get a very serious resolution, the final document that is now being created during this discussion of ours. And this resolution, with your permission, we will vote for it in every community with decisions of the executive committees or the sessions. And then we will send this resolution to the Verkhovna Rada, to the various committees, to the ministries, Minister of Finance, Minister of Social Policy, to all the ministries, to the Office of the President, to the President himself, to the ambassadors of foreign countries. Am I right? Who would support to send the idea of sending the resolution to all those people that would take it as a basis for fundamentals of local self-government? Everyone has supported it. With this optimistic note, I want to thank you all that you have found your time, that you came to us to be treated to our coffee. Maybe there was not too much of it. We, on our part, will do everything we can to give you this chance to meet here, to talk, to communicate. All right, this is, floor -1, and there are not too many. Because what we need is trust, confidence. When do we have trust? When we communicate. I cannot think in the same way as you think. You cannot think in the same way as I do. But we have to think together. This is the mission of Lviv, to inspire, to create new senses. I love you all. Glory to local government, glory to Verkhovna Rada, and glory to Ukraine. Thank you. Now the agenda is free. You can do whatever you want, wherever you want. That's democracy. Thank you.